Towards the end, we started to see a little bit of the probable favorites that we would be expecting in a lot of this OP13 meta. So we did see a lot of Ace, we did see a lot of Emu. But we have our 32 top players today, and we have a pretty, I would say, interesting interesting spread, to say the least. Probably not something that was out of the realm of anyone's mind of what they were expecting to see, but a couple of really cool decks kind of swinging in there, and I kind of love to see that. So we have 11 Ace today, 12, or excuse me, 11 Emu today, 12 Ace today, as well as 6 Green Zoro, 1 Yamato, 1 Rayleigh, and 1 Bonnie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much as we would expect, the exact spread that we kind of were betting on happening here. I think we might have expected Emu to be a bit higher than Ace, but really these things can be a toss up. It's like, I feel like either Emu's blowing everyone else out, or you got like just a bunch of aces. So Zoro at 6 is around what we would expect too. The big highlights here and the big unexpected ones I would say would be Rayleigh, Yamato, and Bonnie. So congrats to all of them. It's a big accomplishment to make day 2 in this meta with one of those types of leaders that is not really in the main spread, but you do see them and you love to see them. Really cool to see Rayleigh having some success here as well. A really fun leader to watch, and I think that's what we will be having for our round 1.
Yeah, round 1 going to be between Rayleigh and Green Zoro. So we actually ended up having to what was it? Yesterday we had Rayleigh, this exact Rayleigh player on I believe it was round 6 or round 7, if I'm not mistaken. But it was a fantastic game. It really just boiled down to being able to get through Green Zoro's, final blockers and being able to use some of those unblockable events. So what we'll be able to see today was essentially, did he figure out how he was going to play around this deck because of yesterday, unfortunately, taking the loss into Green Zoro, but today maybe being able to bounce back, showcase exactly what the deck has to offer and what it's been doing for him in OP13. So it looks as though we've got the players set. They're getting ready to start right now, and I believe the Green Zoro was the higher seeded player, if I'm not mistaken. So Green Zoro is going to decide who goes first, who goes second in the first match. So they are going to take first into this matchup. We are going to see the Perona being played down on turn 1. Really solid start for them. Just being able to find the Searcher, get some of those slash type characters that are really solid for them. And of course, not only a slash type character, but the slash type character for the deck, picking up the 5 cost Tashigi right there.
Yeah, and as Rayleigh, the more of those you see, the worse you start to feel. But everything is possible as Rayleigh. It feels like you're pulling out these victories by the smallest of margin, but that's how this deck works. Not seeing the buggy on turn 1 just yet, which is, again, what Rayleigh is looking for here. But was able to get pretty far yesterday, had great chances of winning despite that, and picking up this Gatling 2 cost plus 4k to your leader, particularly if you have a character with 7k power or more on the opponent's side of the board. That being said, Ian, what are we looking for here today as we kind of differentiate these matches from the ones that we saw yesterday in Swiss? What do we think are going to be the main differences day 2 versus day 1, how these players are approaching these matchups?
So a big thing is that a lot of these players have definitely been going through, over the last evening and into this morning, going through what their plan is, mostly for their starting matchup. This is an open deck list for the top 32 players. So now we just kind of have we just have this idea of, okay, I know what to expect. I know how many copies of X card is being ran in the deck. And we're just trying to take that in stride and go, okay, I need to find these pieces on these turns to be able to provide X amount of pressure And I know that Rayleigh's definitely going to want to see that 4 cost Luffy into the Nami. No, like you said, though, just a moment ago, unfortunately, missing the buggy can be really hurtful in this matchup because buggy is just so sticky on the board, being able to essentially not be removed from any slash type characters. And yeah, I think Rayleigh's definitely got it out for him. Oh, is that a buggy that we actually just see off of Life, if I'm not mistaken?
It does look like it.
Yeah, yeah. And Scratchman of Pooh is going to remove the Shaku Yaku, if I'm not mistaken. I always feel like I'm mispronouncing her name,
Yeah,
but
Shakuyaku is correct.
yes. But yeah, Scratchman of Pooh does get the rest on that. It's actually relatively solid for Rayleigh here, but not the worst thing for Zoro to be playing that out simply because it can easily be bounced back with D6 cost law in the later stages of the game. We do see from being able to have the hand angle here for Rayleigh, we do see he does have access to the Luffy. I don't believe he has like an incredible play off the Luffy though. So, oh, never mind. I thought that was a second Luffy. So I thought maybe we might see we might potentially see the uh, buggy coming down, but this works as well. We are going to see a little bit of a buff. The one Dawn from the Luffy being attached. Unfortunately, though, this is a little tricky for Rayleigh. Going second here, you don't get to attach that second Dawn, which will buff up the Luffy. So, unfortunately, it looks as though this Luffy is going to bite the dust here pretty early on. Does get taken out. Now we're going to see an 8K2 lead as well. Um, does seem to take life pretty generously in the early stages. Is going to have to watch out for that the later the game goes on. But with 6 Dawn here, this could get pretty exciting for our Rayleigh player because now we have access to a second Luffy, potentially the Boa Hancock that was drawn off of turn, and now can provide a little bit of pressure to that life for Green Zoro.
Yeah, as the Zoro, you already do kind of feel on the back foot here. You've kind of seen everything a little bit late. You do love to get that Luffy up to 6K on the turn that you're able to play him typically, but not able to happen there. Getting the buggy down, I believe he drew the boa off top deck. So opting to go for the buggy here instead of the boa, it looks like, unless I'm mistaken. But at this point in the game, the buggy already a little bit less relevant. The other thing is that once that boa does come down, it is going to be to Dawn. The thing is, the nice thing about boa is that you can essentially make it a free card by opting to instantly pop it. So that is an option that is going to be available to Rayleigh here later in the game. But you don't feel too bad about it at this point because you've been able to develop 2 Luffys in a row, each of them developing relatively significant bodies here. The only thing that is going to kind of not be as fun for this Rayleigh is that the buggy at a bit less of a relevant time in the game right now coming down because those Peronas you could either attach one Dawn to those and swing at the buggy and not really incentivized to protect that in that case. But yeah, it's not the position you really want to be in as the Rayleigh here.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough. It is very tough, especially when we know that the 6 cost law is going to be coming down for sure right here. Now, it's kind of a matter of what does he have to play off of this law, and if you had a good guess, it would be a second Tashigi. Tashigi's just so good in this instance. And now, interestingly enough, he is going to get rid of or excuse me, rest the buggy. I think this is totally fair. It makes a lot of sense here, just because he can attach a Dawn to the Perona to swing into it. And now that is going to force a counter card for sure out of hand. And it is a 2K. So probably a bit of a reluctant counter right there if I had to take a guess from the Rayleigh player. But we will see an 8K swing into our Sanji. Popping that and getting a draw for turn does pick up the Rush Jinbei off of the KO effect right here. And now a 7 with Tashigi, followed by another 8 coming from leader for sure. So This can get a little tricky. I think it's a little too early to probably go down to 2 life, but it doesn't seem as though he has the cards that he really wants to get rid of, exactly in the deck or in the hand. Um,
I will say, as the Zoro player, here you're in a state where you have both the Buggy and the Luffy on the board. Whereas if you had rested the Luffy, you're pretty much always getting it right because you could swing it with your leader and then the Tashigi if all else fails. At the very least, getting a lot more counter out of hand. I do wonder a little bit about that decision, but at the same time, Buggy does represent such a threat down the line if it does continue to survive. Just a free 5K swing every turn, which is immensely powerful, especially at this point in the game, as Rayleigh is trying to get more swings through and to get more cards out of the Zoro's hand. I also do want to point out that on the first swing, Zoro actually countered with a 2K, I believe. So at 3 life now, but down a 2K in hand as a result of that would have been instead at 2 life here if that was not the case.
yeah, he went down to 2 life though, but I am maybe I might have missed the idea because it looks as though he used his I guess it looks as though he used his Conqueror's Hockey to bring down the Zoro, but he didn't counter out completely, so he still took a life. I'm not entirely sure what had happened because it seemed as though there was an 8K swing coming from the leader, and it seems as though he had countered out to reduce the leader to a 5K, but then ended up taking the life regardless. I might have missed that.
We're on the Rayleigh's turn right now. Is that correct? Isn't that?
Yeah, no, I was talking about on the Zoro's turn. I think it might have been.
Is that what happened?
It might have been a slight mistake to do that. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. Did he even have a Dawn up at that point?
No, he did have a Dawn active. I thought the now I could be mistaken. I thought the Tashigi had already swung, but perhaps it was the Tashigi swing.
Huh.
I think that's where I had missed it. I thought that the leader was attacking. I think that the Tashigi had probably likely swung. So just a I think it's as soon as I glance over to the side to look at the decks, of course, this happens, and I'm like, "Oh, did I miss something?" Yeah. So it seems as though he took the 8K from lead, but the Tashigi was countered out of.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Now it looks as though he doesn't really have much playability here, other than the boa. I thought I saw a Kid Killer in hand, although Kid Killer isn't truly online until your opponent is at that 2 life threshold. So does feel like maybe not the most opportune time to be playing Kid Killer down here, but we will see a pretty free swing from Buggy being able to attach one here. Use the leader effect. Yep, we'll see the leader effect attached to Buggy, and now a 6K swing. More than likely going into life, if I had to assume.
It's either that or the Perona.
Yeah.
And the Zoro countering out with that Scratchman Apu, which did get bounced back. So seeing the extra value brought about by that law, really, really nice card for the Zoro in this set. Allows them to posture defensively in that it becomes a blocker at 1 life, as well as offensively, because you're able to develop an extra 6K on board while bringing out another 5 cost. And it's just such a high value, high tempo play for Zoro here, and allowing him again to use this 2K counter that would not have been in hand if not for this law. So really great card for Zoro there, but not something that you like to see as the Rayleigh, because if you look at this board, that's a threatening board right there, I will say.
Yeah, 100%. And he does opt to we're continuing to swing life, of course, but he does opt to Oh, interesting. Leaving 3 active, not playing out the boa. I was assuming that the boa was going to be played here, but the kind of a weird little tidbit is that basically these Peronas are going to bully this this buggy extremely hard just by swinging, 1K into it. Uh, just attaching one Dawn and swinging exactly 3K. It's it's tough because you really kind of need this character to stick on the board, but at the same time, I don't know if you have like the luxury of being able to do so.
Yeah, and I'll say this last turn for the Rayleigh, not really what you're hoping to get. I'm not sure what's in the hand, but really didn't develop any bodies. Got one swing through, and you have 3 Dawn up, but are you going to be able to use that? Is it going to help you swing the tempo in your favor in this game at all? Hard to say, but what are these 2 Dawn for, do you think? These 3 Dawn, I would actually.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look I mean, obviously the list has changed slightly since OP12, but I mean, realistically, he's only got a couple of counter cards that are relevant to having Dawn active, being the guard point as well as the the Conqueror's hockey. So I think 3 might have been a little unfortunate, but I just this is again kind of like almost feels reminiscent to yesterday where Rayleigh was in this position where how do I get through, this many Tashigis, this blocker at the very end when I have to use unblockable multiple times. It seems like multiple copies of the Conqueror's hockey are going to be needed for multiple turns, and we know that we've already used one, about to use a second one here in just a moment. So, yeah, this is unfortunate. Not really finding many of the playable characters you need after seeing those first 2 Luffy's, and both of them being answered immediately by by Tashigi. So
I think I did see that Jinbei drawn earlier, but it is tough. Again, these margins as really so tight, but having that
yeah,
extra Dawn up, I don't know if 3 were really necessary to survive here. Even one extra Dawn attached to something on your board can make a huge difference. It's the difference between potentially your opponent giving up an extra card, taking an extra life, which could end up turning the game in your favor. So if the Rayleigh ends up not using all the Dawn here, that's a Dawn that could have been devoted to an attack earlier. But maybe that Dawn is being allocated to protect the characters on board, which would essentially help him to preserve tempo in the same way that you would have used it to get more power on a swing. So we'll see how this works out. A color of arms hockey coming through to counter out of a swing there. And yeah,
do we
these
have another
Peronas
law?
just
Oh, okay. I was like, man, if he has another law, this. I was like, I don't think we've seen a green Zoro draw poorly yet. they are,
yeah.
they're seeing it. We'll see. Maybe he gets the law off of the Hiyori here to, could be again kind of similar to the one of the previous games from Swiss yesterday, bouncing the Perona and using the Perona to find the necessary counter. But instead, we do end up finding the 3-cost event, allowing us to restand, at a needed time after we do a little bit of pressure, maybe a little bit of board clear. We're just like, yeah, let's get a little aggressive. I got plenty of Dawn to work with, and but unfortunately, I guess 6 would be the optimal if he wanted to use it this turn. Can't imagine he wants to use it immediately, and it's more of kind of a later stage scenario. But he is attaching to lead and planning on swinging out here, going into the Luffy. This is a 7K swing, though. Luffy is a 6K character at the moment because of the 2 Dawn attached to lead. He can counter out of this. The tricky part is, though, is that you are literally going to 1 life, if so. And even if you don't counter this, I still think you're going to 1 life because I don't see him countering out of 7 Uh, I don't see it. So this is a very, very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where as Rayleigh, you just feel like, man, I didn't get there. You're already kind of thinking back on the course of the game in some ways. I think that's an easy mental trap to kind of fall into, right? You're looking back, you're saying, okay, what happened here, reassessing what occurred in the game at this point. But you really do have to lock in because there's still a chance you never know what that Zoro is going to have in hand at this point. Maybe they are all bricks and all your attacks go through and you're able to survive unexpectedly on the next turn. You see your outs, you see exactly what you need. But that's what is happening at this point. We're at that point of the game where you're making those decisions. Well, there's a guard point off the top of life, so some more counter coming through. Probably an unexpected amount for the opponent to have to deal with. But yeah, was the Zoro able to use all that done? Do we know?
He still has 2 active. So I'm guessing that he maybe just he realizes he's just in a winning position. So, probably the only way that we lose. Oh, look at all of the characters right here. Oh, that's such a shame. It's such a shame. It's literally like all of the characters that he needed earlier on and was not able to find. I don't know if this observation hockey is really going to do him much justice here. It might, but I don't know. It's tough. I think you're in
Was
a.
that? I thought was that a Conquerors?
Oh, I said observation. Excuse me. It was Conquerors hockey. Excuse me.
Okay, well
Um,
that does give him a little bit of a chance to survive here, along with the guard point. I think we're going to see another turn where some Dawn left standing as a way to kind of hopefully survive. We might even see a little bit of extra Dawn left standing just in case of the Dead Man's Game, which people do want to be playing around here. And I think Dead Man's Game in this matchup for the Zoro going to be especially important just because that Conqueror's Hockey has such a big effect. If you take it as essentially a 2K plus 1K counter for every relevant character on the board that could be swinging. So that could be, if you have 5 characters on board, that would be around 7K worth of counter, which is a lot for one Dawn.
Research top. How many is this?
yeah, and he's doing some digging here. It's not finding. I do believe that he was 100% looking for the Conqueror's Hockey. Does end up finding guard point, which now he has 3 cards in hand that he will need to have 3 Dawn active for. But again, kind of playing around DMG, that means you realistically have to leave up 5 active. Now, this is very possible because of the fact that you have these Boa Hancocks, and they'll allow you to get a little bit of free Dawn. He still hasn't used leader effect to pump up some of the characters just yet. We are gonna see what was this? I guess he had used leader effect. Maybe I'm mistaken, but
I believe he used it on that boa there.
okay. So the
So you'd
boa
only
was
attach to
swinging
one Dawn to it.
6. Yeah, exactly. So he swung 6 with the boa. So leader effect is now been
Offline.
used. Yep.
Right.
Yep. It's offline. We are going to see the King Kong Gatling. I think this is good. This was kind of going back to that reminiscent idea of, oh, this is scary. This is scary, though. He is only leaving 3 active at the moment. So, DMG can be an extremely terrifying counterplay the following turn.
Yeah, and the thing about this play too is that you've drawn multiple guard point, right? And which are bricks if you don't have Dawn up. So, when you're drawing that card and not able to use it, it's essentially a card that you could have had counter for instead. And I know you kind of maybe the idea here is we just,
1K.
DMG is not a real card. Maybe that's the thought process here. But it can be a real card, and you do have to be careful about it. So we'll see if it ends up coming through. But fortune favors the bold, and sometimes stuff like this gets through. And we saw it happen yesterday, where the opponent just never has it. That's what you got to say to yourself, and it ends up working out. So they're really able to take Zoro down to 0 here. So it's just a game of whether they can survive. The question is, would this Zoro have taken that so easily if they didn't have a DMG in hand? Hard to say.
I think if they are taking that, it's simply maybe to dig for DMG because they know that they recognize this is the last turn.
True.
You know, we've decided, okay, but the game's not going any further. I either win here or I lose here. So now Green Zoro, kind of interestingly enough, oh, never mind. He split it 5-5. I thought he split it his Dawn 4-6. So I was like, uh-oh, he's maybe hinting at the DMG.
Yeah, he did have.
Oh, there is 4.
Yeah,
Oh,
there it
no,
is.
it's over.
If I'm wrong, then
Oh no, that's the scary part. You know, you kind of have to recognize that, and you did showcase, hey, I have at least one guard point in hand, right? So
Mhm.
now your opponent knows, they're aware, and this is just truly unfortunate. You know that Green Zoro also has the restand event. You know, Rayleigh might be trying to figure out, is there a way to get out of this? Unfortunately, there is not. After losing, you know, both of those Dawn, it's essentially a guaranteed unfortunate game 1 loss. So I would take the, in my opinion, I would, not that this is a very slow matchup or anything. In my opinion, I would scoop and go to the next because these players are playing on a time limit. So, you know, going through the motions, you want to make sure that you are, you know, essentially trying to survive as much as possible.
So here, opting for the guard point instead of the Conqueror's hockey, right? That the Conqueror's hockey does represent more counter for you if you are to use that, but at that point, it doesn't really matter. So
Yeah.
GG's on game 1.
I'm definitely glad I
Some unfortunate draws on behalf of the Rayleigh with the Zoro seeing everything. It happens, but always tightening up to do on the gameplay. I'm sure both sides look back on the game and think, could I have done this differently? I know that for me, that's always the first thing that I do once I finish a game. Try to think of the
For sure.
lines where I could have done something a little bit tighter, a little bit better. But how would you say we were feeling here going into game 2?
Well, I think that Rayleigh's definitely going to have at least a better chance going into game 2. I do think, one, that this was a little bit of an unfortunate matchup for Rayleigh here, simply because, you know, you have only 6 Green Zoro, and I say only, but only 6 Green Zoro out of 32 players. And I believe that Rayleigh's worst matchup out of playing into either Emu or Ace or Green Zoro would probably be Green Zoro. Simply because this deck is essentially anti everything Rayleigh wants to do. But the nice thing for Rayleigh going into game 2 is the ability to, you know, you now have the choice of whether you would like to go first or second. I do believe that he is going to steal first here because that way Tashigi's not played on curve and prevents that 4-cost Luffy, the initial first 4-cost Luffy from, you know, being popped so easily. So, you know, we'll be able to attach a little bit of Dawn, make sure that Luffy tries to stay alive on our 5 Dawn turn, so that whenever they play into Tashigi on their, I believe, what would it be, 6 Dawn turn, it will be at least be a tiny bit better for Rayleigh to, you know, maintain a board and then try and pressure from there.
Yeah, it would be a 9K swing versus a 6K as opposed to an 8K versus a 4K, which 8K versus 4K, you're not doing that. You're not dealing with that. So at least there is a chance here. So prepping the last shuffles here, getting ready for game 2. And these go for an hour, correct? You got a best of 3 over the course of an hour, and that's the format for day 2.
Yeah. These players will have 1 hour to play three matches if it gets to that. So specifically, you do have, you know, the potential chance of it just being a 2-game match, but hopefully we always like to see it go to 3. It just makes it more interesting and a little bit more fun. But Rayleigh does get to choose. Again, I would kind of imagine going first here. Zoro, I believe their
It's on
starting
Twitch,
hand
stream on
originally
Twitch
was
or
very
YouTube.
bad, so easy mulligan prior to the start of the game.
Or
I
wait,
don't
wait, wait.
know what Rayleigh's
Good luck.
hand looked
Oh,
like,
I didn't know
but
they, like,
we do
stopped
get the
streaming
fist
before.
bump of friendship to get us started off. No way Rayleigh chose to go second again.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well,
Interesting. I mean, starting with Buggy, this is a great start already.
Finally have the
But
counter card for Buggy
that
in my
is
hand
so
too.
surprising to me. That is really surprising to me. I feel like going first would just
I think it used to be
pr-
4,
I
but
again
it
I
couldn't
can't
I don't know
speak
why people wouldn't
as
bounce
an
your
expert on the
hand.
deck at all, but
It's actually better, like when people are on
I
your
just
coffee
think as
shop
far
and
as like curve is concerned, it would probably feel a little bit better.
Yep.
So
yeah, I know it's what we preferred to do in OP12. I don't know if things have changed since then or what that's looking like. A lot of
that is
events too.
not good. He just bottomed 2 of his unblockable events. I believe he does have 2 in hand right now, but if you are forced to use one of those as counter, that
I'll
is
tap 3.
it's
Go to
so unfortunate
Shimatsuki,
to know
rest
that
it, and then
you
KOs it.
have
Yep.
to. And
I'll
this
swing
is
5.
actually a really interesting
Ooh.
tech choice. Yeah, it's or not. I shouldn't say very interesting tech choice. It was just a card that
Go ahead.
wasn't predominantly, extremely popular for a while, but then kind of got played because of the Rayleigh matchup specifically. So Green Zoro does play out the Shimotsuki Kozuburo, which is going to be able to rest a 2 cost or less and then KO a 1 cost or less. So really great answer for the Buggy right here. And unfortunately, that is
Yeah.
just another huge blow to Rayleigh, which is just unfortunate. You hate to
And
see
not
it.
seeing the
Sorry, bro.
4-cost Luffy's. We should note that there was a 4-cost Luffy in that first search. However, the Buggy not able to draw it since that's what had seen it in the search. So really, as the Rayleigh here, this is not what you want to see at all. You don't want to be swinging 7 this early in the game. You want to poke. You want to make the opponent ask whether they should counter out this early. And that's not even a question right now because no way that Zoro is going to be using that. So Zoro able to do yet another search here. No need for the Tashigi to even come down at this point because there's no body on board for the Zoro to have to worry about. And a note about that Kozaburo, it's that's kind of like the flex 2K spot, right? Where in Zoro you could kind of run whatever you want for a 2K there. I've seen people running the 4K blocker Zoro that is a 2K. I've seen people running the X Drake. As long as it's got slash and it's got an effect, it's nice. The nice thing about Kozaburo is that you can bounce that back to hand while playing it earlier in the game. I think it's why a lot of people opt to run these low cost 2Ks. I think Scratchman Apu is one that you're going to be seeing in this deck quite a bit. Although this list, yes, this list is on 4 of those Scratchman Apus. So those, it's running the Kozaburo perhaps for this very reason, but it's also good for resting trump blockers as well because you can rest a 2 cost and then KO a 1 cost that is rested.
Yeah.
So
God, this is so. I just feel so bad for Rayleigh here. This is so rough. He's got no characters to play besides this 3 cost Luffy. I mean, literally everything is going against him. The Kozaburo was perfect to answer the Buggy. His hand is truly miserable for this exact moment right now. These Hioris are unfortunately like something he kind of has to swing into. So he could swing like 7 into a 0K Hiyori. Or just 5, yeah. I mean, we just free block that and get 2 searches again next turn. Play the Luffy pass. I mean, this is not where you want to be as Rayleigh. This is. I mean, I thought the first game didn't go his way. This game is even worse. I think this is. This
is the nightmare as Rayleigh. This is what you have bad dreams about happening to you on a stage like this is that you don't see. It's like you're before this starts, you're praying, let's see those 4 cost Luffy's in quick succession and may all my searchers hit the exact things I want. But instead you've been forced to draw 2 Gatlings. You see your first Luffy on that first search and then have to bottom deck it, and then on the second search you don't see another one. You have to bottom deck 2 of your There's 0-cost events that make you unblockable. Your opponent plays out 2 Hioris, continues to develop hand while you pose no threat to whatever they're doing. The I guess thing that is nice for the Rayleigh here is that the opponent hasn't developed a board either, so they are playing a Tashigi just raw 7k and then swinging 8k at leader. So naturally, there's a bit of an advantage there as far as tempo, and that 8k will come after the attack on the Luffy, I believe, right?
Yeah.
But 3 Dawn left standing for the Rayleigh here.
He's, you know what's sad is he's gonna do it. Yeah, he's genuinely forced to protect. It's so bad. It hurts so bad. Like,
It's 5 to 7. Yeah, 5 to 7.
oh man, it's unbelievably rough. He has to do that and a card point to protect the one character that he has available to him. I mean, you got to pray that you get a character off the top right here. I don't know if he did either. Oh, he did. Oh,
there's one.
yeah,
That's a good one.
Oh my gosh. What is happening?
I'm going to need you to shuffle a little bit better than this, buddy.
Oh my god, he doesn't even get a card.
That's
What is going
tragic.
on? Oh, jeez, the game is over.
He's reading it just to throw it in his face. He's like, what could you have searched off of that if it worked and you didn't whiff?
This is the epitome of the worst case scenario. Like, worst case scenario, we are witnessing it right now, ladies and gentlemen. It does not get worse than this. It is wow. That is, I feel so bad.
It pains me to see it. It pains me to see. Okay, and we're swinging big here. This is a 9k, isn't it? Double 9ks.
Yeah. Yep. Leave one active. I mean, that's the objective now, I suppose, is just try and win by going face. Although these 2 Hioris, as it sucks because you're double-edged sword not swinging into the Hioris, right? You need to pressure life, but as long as these stick on the board, your opponent's going to have like almost infinite counter and just an incredible amount of draw. So, I mean, this is tough. It's tough to watch.
Yeah. And you don't even have searchers on the board to swing at those because the Shakuyaku here, it's like that's gonna likely be your only body on the next turn to do anything with. So
no, that
you don't want to be
gone.
These Hioris. Yeah,
that body is gone.
Oh, and there it is.
Yep, it is gone.
A very familiar board as we saw last time.
Oh man, I'm laughing, but I'm also crying for Rayleigh. Like, it's just tragic.
It's the type of situation that it hurts your soul to watch, really. And that Luffy, by the way, that's on the board, that's been his primary swing, his primary body holding it down, is at 2k. So
yeah,
it just does not feel good to you at all to be in this situation. But we do see a Conquerors Hockey come through.
Yeah, gets out of the Tashigi swing, then takes the 7. Does find a Kitten Killer. Feels like it's probably a little too late. I mean, the only thing that Rayleigh potentially has going for him is get his opponent to 1 life, and then double unblockable. If he's actually really lucky here, what could happen is I still don't see a world where you survive, but what could happen is Kitten Killer. Basically try and swing as much as possible to get him to 1 life, and then unblockable, put him to 0, and then hope that you can win with unblockable the turn after. But I mean, even doing that, yeah, I mean, that might be the play. It might be the play. So Kitten Killer is a 9k, or is he doing this differently? Oh, he's doing, I see, he's doing 3 to...
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
3 to Kitten Killer, and then he's doing the other 1k, because you don't have to give the 1k to the plus 1k, which is the second part of the effect. You don't have to give that to the same character or leader that yeah, he is actually going to go for that. I think he's going to go for that play, which I don't. It's still
This is all you got. This
it
is really all you
feels,
got.
it
And
feels really bad.
yeah, but I mean, it gives yourself a chance. Oh, we're searching for Shakuyaku now. With Shakuyaku, I should say.
Oh my god. He gets a Luffy.
Oh, and
He gets a Luffy.
oh,
Oh, God bless. At least he got a card. I thought he was about to whiff with one again.
Yeah,
That would have been miserable.
at least it has counter on it. Yeah.
Here a little to the
Yeah.
right.
Well, now he can just block it if need be. But I guess in that situation, at least you get a body off the board. But no Dawn up, tapping out.
Yeah, no Dawn up, tapping out. You're looking at 2 Tashigis, a Law, and a Zoro that could just do, if I had to take a guess, 3-cost restand event. Zoro does choose to counter out of that with DMG, which pretty much seals the deal here. But gosh, how unfortunate for Rayleigh. I mean,
Yeah.
truly, how unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really not what you wanted to see. It hasn't panned out your way. But that being said, there's ways, I want to say. It's very unlikely, but maybe maybe a Gum Red Hawk in life minus 10k,
Oh, whoa.
the Space Red Hawk.
With deck knowledge being readily available, I'm gonna tell you that's not something that'll happen.
The
But
magical, you're the one who should disappear.
yep. That's good. That is good.
I'll play 6 cost.
So we're gonna see another Law bounce in the Hiyori, play. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
The Hiyori has done the damage. A Cavendish coming out here, just throwing counter onto the board, just with reckless abandon, not even a care in the world at this point for the Zoro.
Oh man, it's a travesty.
Yeah, it really is, and you're not afraid here at all as the Zoro.
Let's talk about a timeline here.
Go ahead.
Let's talk about it. That's
The swag Koshiro.
all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Let's talk about the timeline. The first search that Rayleigh does bottom decks 2 unblockable events, right? Then we see no characters essentially. He eventually gets why am I forgetting the name of it?
He grabs a Gatling. He plays the 2K Luffy on board. We should also note that he bottom decked a Luffy 4-cost with that first buggy search as well.
Yes, and then he whiffed with the Shaku.
And you have
Plays the other Shaku, almost whiffs again. It was basically the worst case scenario. It doesn't get worse.
It really does hurt, and I feel the pain here. I've been similar situations before. We got a guard point and a 1K for the easy and no Conqueror's Hockey and hand read.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
It.
And we have the funniest name, UPS store employee, taking it with Green Zoro against Rayleigh here. Wow. Again, extremely unlucky for Rayleigh to not see pretty much anything for the duration of that match. But at the same time, I do question the idea to take second there on the second match. I think that going first would have probably been a little more helpful if you're able to get that Luffy combo off, but I don't know. It's again kind of like a shoulda, woulda, coulda. I personally have played 0 Rayleigh in OP13. I really enjoyed the deck in OP12. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in that position. It's difficult to say. I think the real mistake was playing the buggy first instead of the observation hockey first, because if you'd
Yeah.
played the observation hockey first, you get that 4-cost Luffy, and maybe things are different. But that's the kind of thing as
That's
really where you're like, I mean, obviously it's not a mistake because
it's such
I
a
don't know
tough call.
statistically like what it is that you're supposed to play first. Is there are
It's
there any notes on that? Is there a
there
statistically correct way to go about that?
There's I mean, if we think about it, there's always technically a statistically better thing to do, but obviously without knowledge of what's coming next, you never know because with the shuffle, it can always be so different. But it's the deck runs an incredible amount of events, so and the Luffy cards, with the fact that he's running 4 of the 3 cost Luffy 2K does bring up the chances of hitting with not specifically the observation hockey, but like the shaku. So it's really tough. That's kind of like a tough toss up there. I mean, I've had that happen to me in so many other decks where you play 2 searchers in the list. One specifically finds one type of card and the other one finds that type as well as another type. So you're like, "Oh, okay, maybe I go with the more narrow search first into the wider search second or something like that." That tends to be like a good idea, but oh, I mean, I feel bad for Rayleigh there. That's just so sad, actually. What a
Yeah,
sad way to go out.
yeah, and it's the kind of thing that haunts you. You think about all these draws that could have gone differently, all these plays that could have gone differently. But I think at the end of the day, you feel like you played well. You got to day two. It's a great place to be. And, shouts out to being one of the few non-ace Emu Zoro players to make it this far. So
Yeah,
shout out and well done to make it to day two. Congrats on your ability to take that top pricing.
yeah. I mean, again, 100%. Very impressive with a deck that I would imagine not a lot of people thought still had legs in this meta, to make it into the top 32 day 2 of an 800 plus player event is absolutely insane. So extremely impressive. And if I'm not mistaken, let's take a look very quickly. Taking 17th place yesterday in Swiss as Rayleigh. I mean, that is a huge accomplishment. That means the only people that you lost to are probably in the top 8, because that means your opponent match win ratio was out of this world to be X2 and be at the top of the X2s. So, obviously, he knew what he was doing, but man, did the cards not fall for him today. But that's also it's funny because I've been there. I've been there where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm definitely just it's not my this is not my game, right? But
Right.
it's better in my opinion to lose to the deck rather than to lose to your own misplays. So, because I get more frustrated personally when I make such a boneheaded mistake that I feel as though now I've missed out on capitalizing on a day, doing well in an event, all because of something silly that I could have done better. But instead, he didn't do that. He lost to his deck. And that to me means I can leave with my head held high and know that, hey, RNGesus got the better of me today, but I'm gonna take it home next day.
I think that's the tough thing about One Piece is that you're going to have times where the deck feels like it's winning for you. When everything is just falling for you the correct way. And you're going to have times where everything is happening about as expected when it comes to the randomness of the game and whatnot. But it's those games where you don't have the easy victory, where you have to make the correct decision, 10 times in a row
Right.
throughout the entire game, or else you lose. If you allocate one Dawn incorrectly, especially on that lethal turn when you're going for it, and you think, if I had looked at their trash, I could have realized that this was a better swing sequence. And those are the small decisions that are really going to change the game for you that allow you to bring victories out where you might not have had one before. We saw this happen yesterday in an RG Luffy game versus, I believe, Ace, correct? correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but where that RG Luffy had to swing versus a huge hand, and all the opponent needed was to have one counter in hand, 1K in order to win, and they didn't. But if they had swung differently, if they had second guessed themselves for just a moment, if they had miscalculated at all, it's a totally different outcome. So, yeah, I think all you can do is really just make the best plays as possible, make sure that you're thinking through every decision, and put yourself in the best position to win, and you can go on happy even if the cards didn't fall for you exactly where you wanted them to, because there will be times when they do,
Yeah.
and sometimes that's what it takes.
100%. And we did have a comment that is really good for those of us that are tuning in for today's event. One, thank you for being here. We have a lot of really fun games ahead. We do want to give everybody an update that wasn't able to hear the breakdown though early, right before round one started. Excuse me. The breakdown for top 32 today was taking the most spots out of all of the leaders by one. We have 12 ace players, and then we have right beneath it 11 emu players, as well as 6 green Zoro players, and we have 1 Yamato, 1 Bonnie, and unfortunately we had 1 Rayleigh, but we no longer have 1 Rayleigh. So we will try and update you guys as much as we can as far as who is still remaining in the event and what leaders we will still have playing. So once I have more information, we'll try and update you as much as possible. But again, uh, you know, the staff at the event, they're obviously they're very busy. They're doing their jobs there to make sure that the players are, you know, having their games completed and successful. So we're just here to help facilitate that, and we don't want to bother them as they are, very busy. But if we can get that information, we'll definitely be able to share it with you. Yeah. And other than that, I think if we talked about this yesterday, if we had to take a guess, right? We have a very large portion of the play field today being, I think it's about 2/3. Yeah, it's about 2/3 being emu and ace. If we did have to take, actually, shoot, wait, it's about 75%. Yeah, now that I think about it. Yeah, if we had to take an educated guess, where do you see yourself, or who are you putting your chips on? Who do we have winning today's event?
At this rate, it looks like the ace players have a lot of things figured out. There's a lot of techs happening for the emu matchup. We've seen those vistas coming through, so we've seen some interesting techs as well for the Zoros. In this last round, the UPS employee coming through with a Hody and Hyozo,
That was
which
actually
is
really
not
cool.
something that
Yeah.
we see very much. That is pretty much purely an emu tech, allows you
Mhm.
to rest one of your opponent's cards and one of your opponent's four costs, and lets you take one of your own life. So if you're being starved, you can start taking your life a little bit earlier in the game while resting those pesky four cost blockers in the early game. So I love to see these inventive techs. We saw a really interesting Zoro list yesterday from Quan Le, and one that was running 2 9-cost Zoros and only 1 restand event, as well as
Yeah, that was
just a bunch of
surprising.
wild techs. I'd love to pick their brain on that. But I think we're going to see the same thing coming through for the aces here. We're going to see a lot of that matchup knowledge coming through, because that's really one of the main things as ace that you're going to be practicing. You're going to be practicing the mirror. You're going to be practicing versus Zora. You're going to be practicing versus Emu. And once you started to figure that stuff out, it really starts to shine through in the gameplay here. And we're seeing that in the fact that, one more ace made it to day 2 than we saw emus make it through. So I would give a slight edge here to the aces, but that's going to change depending on the meta, what kind of players you're seeing, and stuff like that. But I would say slight edge to ace right now.
For sure. Yeah. I think that there is a chance for Green Zoro to take it. I actually really love that tech, by the way, the Hody promo. That's like such a cool I was looking at that, like, why is he playing that? And then I thought about it and I went, oh my God, that is so cool for being able to deal with Warcury. I like that a lot, honestly. But yeah, we do have some interesting matchups. I think that Green Zoro definitely could take it. It's just that I think ace players have kind of like slowly but surely figured out. It felt like at the beginning of the meta, like how do you win that matchup? It was a little dicey. Um, it felt like you kind of needed to see uh, more than you wanted to and know exactly when to counter. But since that matchup has been kind of explored and figured out for Ace, Ace is definitely getting closer to having above that 50% win ratio into that matchup. Dice roll feels almost kind of unimportant to a degree. I don't think it's like 100% unimportant, but it's gotten to that area where, both sides kind of feel like it's like, all right, we're just going to play curve. Um, but yeah, I like Emu's chances here as well. I think if you are, this is something I've said in the past. I think if you are the best player at the event, Emu might I think it is just the best deck to play. Because if you know your lines, you know your matchups, you know what cards you need to have during specific turns, it can be extremely volatile, and it's just good into almost everything. Especially when you're one of the higher seeds and you are playing Emu, it'll help tremendously in going. Okay, I get to choose second going, in the first match, and then if I lose the second match, I get to choose second again for the third. So the higher placed moves are definitely going to have quite a bit of an advantage going into today. um One thing I wanted to mention very quickly was oh, why am I forgetting it? Oh no.
I wanted to say about Zoro versus Emu. I feel like if you're on a fairly regular deck list in that matchup, the matchup feels very bad as Zoro. It almost feels like even going first, going second, it doesn't feel very favored for you in any way because if the Emu sees what they need to see y- and you don't, you're screwed. But also, even if you do see what you need to see as a Zoro, if Emu sees what they need to see, they can still beat you. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so I feel like the edge there goes to Emu like pretty much 100% of the time, which is why I think we don't tend to see Zoros higher in these placements because that Emu matchup is not very even, especially as they're starving you and making it very, very hard for you to generate value and continued plays in those games.
Very fair. And I did remember what was occurring to me. So I just wanted to let the chat know before we go to break, because there's maybe about 5 to 10 minutes left in the round, and then there's going to be a little bit of overtime before the next round gets started, but it will be pretty prompt. Um, we we have a Yamato as well as a Bonnie that were in the top 32. I'm not entirely sure if they made it through their round one. They are the only decks that are not Ace, Emu, and Zoro. So if they do make it through to the top 16 in this next round, I will try and put one of those onto the match, because likely depending on how far they're able to get, uh basically round three and beyond could just be a bunch of Ace, Emu, Green Zoro ideas. So we're gonna try and see if we can get a little bit of the unique and unexpected um, top 32 deck list that we're only one of, as a little bit of content for everybody for round two. Fingers crossed that one of them did win. We'll see.
Yeah, I was talking to Yamato, the Yamato player Butts yesterday, and he was not feeling great about his chances because he was against an ace round
Oh
one
yeah.
and hadn't seen an ace all day yesterday. Apparently, got the God
Oh
bracket.
wow. Oh
Yeah,
wow. I didn't know
so
that.
this is
Okay.
his first ace in round one of day two. So we'll
Ooh.
see how that goes, but hopefully Bonnie at least.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly for round two here of the top 32 top cut in Peoria, Illinois. And if you guys are going to be here for a little bit of the broadcast, and you might have to, you might have to get up, you might have to leave, be sure to drop a follow down below. That way you can come back and check out some of the future events that Top Cut Events here is going to be hosting on Twitch. Thank you again for checking us out, and we'll be back with round two shortly.
right of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for round two, and we've got a bit of an update for you. But before we get into that, just want to say two things real quick. One, big shout out and thank you to Topcut Events for allowing us to host this and be a part of it. And another big shout out to my man, Real Joshua, over here, holding it down with me, having some fun as we both enjoy one, just making One Piece TCG content, but also, being a part of events like this is really fun. I think that you and I probably have a problem when it comes to just consuming One Piece content. It's just like, you can't get enough of it sometimes. I'm like, oh man, I've seen this matchup like 50 times and I want to see it 51, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There's always something new to be learned with every game that you see, no matter how grindy it can be, no matter how many times you've seen it. I feel like we're always learning something new every time I see like it. You kind of learn about new play lines too, because I think,
Mhm.
there's always going to be an optimal move, right? But I think there's also a lot of room for expression in One Piece. And we see it a lot. And to see how different players use that expression is really neat. A lot of the times doing things that maybe you wouldn't expect and don't seem like the right plays, but maybe down the road end up totally being great plays for them. A lot of things that we're kind of questioning in the moment end up really paying dividends further down the line. And I think seeing those types of play lines, seeing the unintuitive stuff come out of these players and seeing them put on display their own unique style is something that I love to see about this game. And one of the things that I find to be the beauty of the One Piece card game, as well as a lot of the kind of bluffing and mind game stuff that we've seen over the past couple of days. And I think
Yeah.
what better matchup to start that with than what we're going to be talking about today.
Exactly. Yeah. And right before we get into that, I kind of wanted to give a breakdown of the bracket because we do have a very interesting matchup. We did specifically say that if either Yamato or Bonnie made it through, that we would try and put one of them on the stream. And as you just mentioned, yeah, we're going to have pretty much the hero from yesterday. We're gonna have Butts on Yamato, made it through his round one today in top 32. So he has guaranteed himself a top 16 finish. But we have a couple of different matchups going on. We have Emu versus Zoro, Green Zoro right now. We also have an Emu mirror matchup happening. We have Emu versus Ace, another Emu versus Ace, a Green Zoro versus Ace, an Ace mirror matchup, and Emu versus Green Zoro. And last but not least, this match right here, Emu versus Yamato. The
I'm
players are
chomping at the
getting,
bit.
I know we're chomping for it, dude. We're ready. So if I'm not mistaken, though, we did feature this Yamato player yesterday up against an Emu. It obviously being a best of one during Swiss, but he unfortunately wasn't able to take it home. Chris Sock ended up getting the better of him in that match and ended up taking it. It was a very, very close match, really boiled down to kind of seeing Hody Jones, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to bring it home.
Yeah, we
But
can hear you,
now,
unfortunately, yes.
let me just double check who is going to be. Captain Carew is going to be the higher seeded player from Swiss on day two, or excuse me, from day one. So he will get to choose between first and
I'm not
second
gonna do too
on
hardcore
this
here,
round
just a little
one.
bit of nonsense. Sure.
And then after that, it's up to
All
it's
right,
up to
good luck. Let's have some
essentially
fun,
how
bro.
the games turn out. That either Butts will be able to decide game two, obviously, but game three, if we get to that point, will still be, Captain Carew on Emu's decision.
Yeah, so Butts here going to have to essentially to take this would have to win 2 games going first. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, you talked to Butts about these matchups. He's a great guy, by the way. He the way he talks about them is so confident, and he knows like kind of exactly what's going to happen on every turn, what his plan is. And that's always how he's kind of talked about the game. But he's confident in his game plan going in. He knows exactly what's going to happen going first, and he's going to feel comfortable whether going first or second. in this matchup, and I think one of the reasons why he feels confident enough to play a leader like Yamato right now is because he feels good about this Emu matchup. Not feeling as good about that ace matchup, but he did not see any aces yesterday in the Swiss rounds, and today he was able to take that first round victory versus an ace opponent, best 2 of 3. So congrats on that. That's a big accomplishment, and I feel like at this point he's almost playing with house money. Once you get to top 16, I feel like you do feel bad once you get this high. Like it's so close within reach, but now it's just he can let it ride and just play his game and play it out and see how it works, see how the cards fall. So I think we can be confident that his game plan is going to be solid. It's going to be he's going to be confident in what he is playing here.
Yeah, 100%. And we do end up having a turn 1 pass from Yamato. So no 1-cost Yamato to be played here, which is a little bit unfortunate because we did see that in the matchup against Emu yesterday when he was playing against Chris. It felt as though that did actually wonders for him, just having those on board, being able to simultaneously, pressure, but excuse me, but also search out, key pieces. So I think that is definitely a card that we might see him, very much so looking forward to playing down into the mid stages of the game. I'd also love to see if he gets that. Oh no, I'm going to forget the name of it. The Basil Hawkins down onto the board, because that was just so incredibly useful for him yesterday. Having Basil Hawkins to essentially chip at hand size for 5K swings every single turn, and the threat of it being removed was like, sure, I'll just let it go if you want to swing into it. If you'd like to lose a life, here you go.
Yeah, and so we've seen the 8K attack come through and get countered by the Emu on turn 2. And here the Emu swinging 5K at the Yamato countering out. And now Emu going to be searching and picking up, I think it was a Mars, correct?
It looked like it was, but I did take the eye off just a second to look at chat. But I do believe it was a Mars. And then we're going to see Workery, I believe, right here. Being played. It's always those altarts that get me. They're so nice, but they're so similar in a way that they just throw me off like just a tiny bit.
Especially from this angle, you got to be a real Emu head to be able to recognize the exact art.
Exactly. So we do see the 1-cost Yamato coming down. Mentioned that earlier. Picking up the 2-cost Izo. There's a chance we see a 7K double attack, but I know he really does want to get his opponent to 3 life, but Workery is going to stop that exactly. And basically just getting that off the board might be more helpful for him at the moment. I don't know if he is maybe just lacking some of those 4-cost characters that are a little useful for him, like the Kikunojo, the Basil Hawkins. So these are cards that I know that he's particularly trying to get onto the board eventually, because they provide a lot of offense and simultaneously a little bit of defense as well. Because if he does choose to use Mars to get rid of Kikunojo, we're healing one. If Basil Hawkins is taken off of the board, then we're dealing damage. So there's multiple utilizations of these cards besides just being incredible attackers that more than likely won't draw too many swings. But solid blocker there, playing down the Charlos.
Yeah, and so far Captain Crew able to play all the blockers that he's trying to see exactly when he's trying to play them. Yamato doesn't have a great way to deal with these besides, I would say, the Izos, those 2Ks, but used one of the Izos to counter earlier in the game, so maybe not much available there. The nice thing about Yamato is you are able to create so much pressure from every leader swing that depending on how much Dawn you put on your leader, you can get kind of whatever you want out of your opponent, right? So if on the last turn he put 4 Dawn on that Yamato and was able to swing 9K and get that blocker to block, you force that so that they get this body off the board. Now if you're swinging 5K, your opponent doesn't have the luxury to just like take a random swing here or there, because that's going to be a double attack. And for Emu, every life that is missing matters. Here, opting to attach 2 to that Yamato 1 cost to make it a 5k and putting it back on life. So forced to play the longer game here, doing a little bit of a what was it, the Fortress Yamato kind of approach, where he is instead stacking stuff on life and making sure that he can kind of keep as much of a board as possible going into the late game. This is a different approach than we've seen so far. Usually you don't like to go to the long game versus Emu, but it looks like because Butts did miss a lot of those early game drops, didn't get that early game plan as he wanted, kind of forced to take this more long game approach. So we'll see how this ends up working out. This is something that we have not seen on this stream yet. So I am excited to see how this kind of late game Yamato approach ends up working out.
Yeah. And we do end up seeing Mars taking out the Momonosuke here. I mean, this is just a incredible start for Emu. Yamato is definitely back against the wall right here. Hasn't been able to do too much, too much that they would typically like to do at this stage in the game, and also just kind of losing the development of the board at the moment. But there are a lot of tricky plays that Yamato has up their sleeves. We're going to see a 5k double attack getting blocked out by Charlos here. We will see the 1 cost Yamato coming down. See if we can find that necessary piece that we're looking for. Now, that is a good question, though. What is it that we're looking for here? Kiku being picked up. So still healthy at 4 life, not really needing to, particularly have the world of counter in hand as much as we want to potentially play a lot of characters to the board. Oh, what a huge hit too. Taking out the 10 cost elders right there with Eustace Kid. I think this card played a really big role in yesterday's games as well. But if I'm not mistaken, he should be at 10 Dawn, correct? Like pretty certain Emu's at 10 Dawn here. So it should be, yeah, because Yamato's just played 9. So there will be a 10 cost coming down. That means that this kid is susceptible to it. Oh, wow. Okay. Now that I did not expect.
What is this saying? What is this telegraphing? Okay, let it go.
Wait, does he not? I thought he picked up a 10 cost earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he skipped the 10 cost.
Did he?
He
did.
So.
That's right. He trashed it off of the 1 cost event and picked up the 1 cost event itself from the 1 cost searcher. From Shalria. Yeah. Oh, wow. So that's 2 10 costs in the trash at least that I'm aware of. I don't know about a third, but that could be huge.
Oh, absolutely. Not, the big advantage of going second here for the Emu is that you're able to play that 10 cost on curve and not coming down yet. But it does look like Captain Crew does have a 5 Elder in hand, just opted not to play it there, I suppose.
Interesting. I also really like this Momo. This has been such an aggressive card for him, and it did really well yesterday in kind of making his opponent think a little bit. It's not a card you see every day, so this is pretty unique. Does get to bounce back some of those rested cards as well, or excuse me, attached cards. And now this should be an 8k swing. Does need to be countered out with Never Existed. So we'll see the counter out there, but just a quick pass, still applying a lot of pressure. 10 cost 5 elders is in hand.
That's too many elders.
Yeah.
Okay, Drew grabbing that.
Okay, does find the second one. So we have 2. We have 2 in hand.
2 or less life.
This Momonosuke is very susceptible to being removed just from the 10 cost play and playing out our rush card. Reduces that a little bit, makes it a little easier to swing into. I believe that's what we're going to be seeing here. Is resting 3 Dawn, is going to tap another one. Trashes a Mars, and now we'll get to play out 5 cards. 37 Dawn worth of a turn for 4. If my math is correct, seems pretty good.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. That's a great deal in this game.
You know, what a bargain. What a bargain. Oh, man.
And so we can kind of assume the Momonosuke is
Wait,
a dead man here.
so he just got a 5 Elders. So he didn't have a 5 Elders in hand, actually.
I guess not.
I will go.
Yeah, he did not have a 5 Elders. Yeah.
Okay.
So 2 in trash. Well, technically 3 in trash now, excuse me. Picking up the 4th,
I'll go 7.
we
here,
are
minus
going to
shield.
see a 7K. I don't believe that the Momo's effect lasts. Yeah, it's just during that turn. So this is going to bring the Momo down to a 5K. So 2 cards from hand to protect, but he's also checking trash really fast to see if his leader is a 6. I wasn't paying attention to how many exactly he was counting as I was.
I think there's like
he-
23.
Okay, so he's got enough for leader to be a 6K at the moment. He still has 2 Dawn available as well. So countering 2 feels, I don't know, a little rough, just because you end up going, okay, well, you know, now he's just going to swing 7 with leader. So that can definitely be a little tricky.
Right. Did they not? Okay. Sorry, just figuring out exactly what's happening here on this turn, but
Yeah, no worries. It's just
opting to okay, there's the swing came through, and now Butt's deciding to let this one go, it looks like.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And then we'll see a 6 to lead. I like the idea of staying healthy here, so it does give a 2K using the Kinemon to get out of that attack. Does feel nice. One thing that's actually been kind of interesting for the Yamato games that we've at least watched on stream so far is that I feel like he hasn't really hit many triggers, you know? Not that I assume that he relies on it, but there haven't been many playable bodies to the board. I think he only runs about 10, if I'm not mistaken. think there's-
Yeah, this is a very trigger light deck. So,
Yeah.
you know, even kind of seeing one trigger in this build is pretty lucky. But here we do see the Kuma coming through. It gives a lot of a bit more longevity to this Yamato because, you know, you're healing one. And if this gets taken out, which it's not going to be able to get taken out on the next turn, it can't get popped because it does have +2 cost until the end of the next turn. So making it an 8 cost. So it will stay on the board. It will get an extra swing. It does get more life, and who knows, maybe you can find a Kikunojo off the top, and that's could make the difference for you. I think what we're looking for here is Hody Jones. We're looking for the other copy of the Eustace Captain Kid, although that is a 2 of in this deck, so it's possible that that's already been bottom decked, and your odds of seeing it again are not very good, but we'll see how this pans out. The nice thing that we do know is that the opponent only has one more 5 Elders in hand.
Right.
Okay, there is a trigger for a draw 2, trash 1.
Yep. We're going to see Basil Hawkins trashing the Ezo, but also cycling some new cards into hand, which is really nice. Oh, wow. Okay. Getting a little lower than I was expecting here. Little lower than I was expecting. I'm interested to see. I mean, this is the final 5 Elders that he has to worry about. At least for a while. Yeah, for a while. So, you know, like you can get some of those back into the deck using Shirahoshi, but at least for the moment, this is interesting. I feel like he's very susceptible though to going to 0 life. What in the world?
I'll pass.
Does this mean he does not have counter in hand? That could be what this represents, right?
It could be. I'm just surprised, I guess. I don't know.
Get to the next round.
Because you don't ever think you're winning on this turn as the Yamato. Okay, there's the Hody. Maybe just trying to do this, go down to 0, so that the Hody is not gonna
Wait.
getting that free value anyway.
Wait, Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
The Blaze Slice Tonoyasu.
Yep.
Buff lead, adding back a 2K.
Oh,
got it.
wow.
Let's see.
Okay, so
Game 2.
yeah,
Scoop.
they're gonna scoop. They're gonna scoop. So this was interesting. I was wondering why he wasn't resting the Workery. It's because he had that
You look
Blaze
for
Slice.
I take
But
second.
Sure.
yeah,
I'll fight
I think what Butts really he knew that he was kind of in a
Even the timer,
position
I
where he
can-
wanted to go for game. So I think
I've
what
never
the
had
idea
time to
was
go.
there was take as much of his life as
Use it timing?
possible and try and trigger a body, whether it was going
Exactly.
to be the Kinemon
Sweet.
or it
Breaks
was
us
going
out.
to be the
Kikunojo.
Kikunojo,
Maybe
exactly.
charging hand,
And so
whatever.
get one of those,
Quickest
but
start.
hopefully 2 out of the 5 life that you have. You know what I mean? Hopefully 2 characters if you're lucky, to start pressuring hand and get a couple swings through. But unfortunately, just not lucky enough there to get any, which was a little unfortunate. Um, maybe that in hindsight is something that could be an addition to the deck is maybe like a two of playable character as well from trigger, because there are quite a lot that yellow can run for this idea. But obviously he's been able to make it work the entire weekend, going X2 in Swiss for day 1, and now going into day 2 with the Yamato, able to take it over Ace in round 1, trying to win it over
So where are you from?
the Emu
Minnesota,
now
what you, bro?
in
I'm
round
from
2.
Tallahassee, Florida.
I will be interested though
Dang, man,
to
you
know
came from
whether
the
he's going to
coldest
take
state
first or
possible.
second
That's gotta
here.
be
I
like,
would
bro, 60
imagine
back
he
home.
would
I used to be wearing the
probably take
shorts, but
second,
that's why.
You
but
crazy.
even though his
Gets off the
curve kind of
plane,
works
he's like,
out
"I'm good
better
on my side."
typically for Yamato going
Nah,
first.
I actually had pants, like I had thermals and long
Yeah,
pants on. I was like,
I mean, I would assume
I don't
so.
even need all this,
I
bro.
think that's what you're looking for as the Yamato, just because you
Yeah,
don't
it's
want to
still
see that
something
5
different,
Elders
bro.
return
Like,
early,
probably
and
the
just
biggest
Emu has
difference
such a
between
high power
We
level
had snow a
when
couple
playing
times,
on
but
that
not
going
like
second
big
curve.
snow. Like, this is like
Hard
the
to
coolest I've ever
imagine
seen.
that
You
not
get
being
like a
the case,
little
but
bit
we
of
have been
dandruff back
surprised
then,
today
and it's
before.
like shut down
I
everything,
also do
right?
want to
Yeah.
say
Oh, for sure.
great
Yeah,
just
here we got
recognition
full-on
kind of the game state
psoriasis.
on Butts' part there, just taking the life, hoping to get a trigger because you kind of have to go for game here. I think that's a situation where people can think that they have an extra turn when they really don't. They haven't really done the math in their head of,
Well, I'm going first.
do I
You
even
were going first,
survive
right?
next
Second.
turn if I just try to
Sir.
wall up here? And for him to just recognize that, I'm sure his hand helped him make that decision, but knowing that he has to go for game in that state, and his odds were not the worst. We've seen worse odds than that in this tournament already come through with the W. So it was a good heads up play there on his part. So cool to see that play out when in the moment you're thinking, what could necessitate going for, taking these lives so easily at that point in the game. But it came through. We saw how it worked out. And although didn't get the dub, I think
Sorry.
situations like that, you have
Bonsai.
to just realize what your best play is and what your best odds are of winning the game. And it looks like that's what Butts did go for. And
And
he
Pokemon,
is
how
the
you doing?
Yamato master. So
You have a double deck
kind of
slip for
trust his
triple?
No,
gut
that
there.
happened to somebody, and he put it on
Yeah,
top
for
and
sure.
purposely like shuffled his deck to like.
Um,
Always
I
keep
didn't
me
actually get
good.
to check if he mulliganed. Did he
did
keep
happen,
his
though. I was
hand
very
or?
I believe so.
Yeah, he
But
kept.
yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah, it was on
I
stream. It
knew
was in like finals.
Baited himself.
I knew that the emu was like, let me see something different. Um,
Good luck, bro.
but
Let's
this
do
will
it.
be interesting. I would imagine again that Yamato is taking second, which it looks as though they are. We will see the Shalria coming down, though. Really great start. Interesting choices though. Does take the never existed, gets rid of the 10 cost there, as well as the
Pass.
was that a Saturn? I think it was Saturn that was trashed there for the cycle. And
I think so.
unfortunately, no play for Yamato here on 2.
I'll pitch. Draw.
Yeah.
I will go 5 lead.
Yeah, we'll see. Just a 5. Just a 5 to start. Just a gentle but firm 5.
Getting countered by a 2K.
I'll 6.
6
Cool.
That was so
Oh,
slick.
cool.
Did
Yeah,
you
that
see
was
how he threw
The
that Dawn?
swag.
Oh, this is a huge start for Yamato. Huge start here. Getting the Mihawk into the Basil Hawkins is fantastic. Basil Hawkins is not really going to be targeted, and if it is, then he's happy to let it. Oh,
Trash it.
okay.
Oh wow.
Slipping. There you go.
All right. Captain Karoo's built different.
You
I
just
respect
given
it.
up a life for
I
free.
respect it. All right. He is different.
Saturn, draw a card.
Okay.
Rest stage.
All right.
3 for
So
Warp.
now we
At
will
a
see the
point,
workery.
I mean, the trade being made there is one life for how many cards over the course of the game, right? Because that Hawkins is going to be swinging all the time, and if you're okay with just trashing that life card, you kind of look down the line and how much value that Hawkins is going to be getting over the course of the game, and I could see that trade off being more than worth it.
Sure.
4.
Yeah, 100%. And now we have the Momonosuke coming down on 6. Great curve so far. Does get a poke at the life there as well, bringing Emu down to 2. And now also gets to use the effect here, swinging 8K. Gets a never existed out of hand, which you can never be mad about that, because that card just seems to gravitate towards Emu's hand at all times. If they're not able to, because I could be wrong, but looking at hand, I don't think I see another one at the moment. If they're not able to find another one, this could get a little tricky for Emu. This could actually be a really fast round here if he's not able to get his hands on another. But he does have the 1 cost event pick back up a 3 cost or less all these years. So yeah, the Navy card that'll be
Right.
solid for picking back up a 2K at least, and that's like a 3K counter in its own right, just for 1 Dawn up. But he's definitely thinking about this, because Hody Jones is kind of really scary next turn.
Yeah,
Like,
and that threat is always there.
Yep. And so this would kind of be like a perfect curve out if he was able to see Hody Jones as well. I think that Butts had a bit of a slow start in the previous game, not being able to play out many characters and have it go the way he wanted it to. But this
I'll go
this
11.
game seems to be going pretty well. This is 9K though. Very, very direct. Just says, yeah. And he's just throwing cards.
Tosses these to the side.
Isu and Kuma. Oh my gosh. Does he have? I would slam it down if I have Hody here. Like,
Yeah, he's at 4 life.
oh, we're
the
gonna see
Blaze Slice
Blaze
coming
Slice. Sheesh. This is also solid.
Fun.
Wow. I mean, I think this is only a 1 of in his deck, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
through. It is, yeah.
Yeah, to have seen this twice is fantastic. This could be a really big turn to get the double attack through, if possible. He's just thinking about, like, I guess he's deciding what the numbers are here. Putting his opponent to 0 is a recipe for success, so I would be trying to double attack as much as possible. But I can understand he still has 2 attacks, so he can get a really big swing here. It looks as though it's going to be 9. I believe this is a 9K, so we'll see a Shirahoshi, another Shirahoshi.
Tap 1, add back a 2K, and then, yeah.
2K.
Oh, interesting. I see. Yeah. So uses Shirahoshi to, or the event to pick back up the Shirahoshi and then counter out with that as well. Was it 9? Might have been more. Not entirely positive on that, but we'll see the 7. Then we see the, oh wow, this is huge. Putting him to 0. What a sick card, this Momo. This Momo is like ridiculously good for these circumstances. Being able to basically bounce leader effect from the Dracul Mihawk back over to itself is just like absurdly good, and it gives itself plus 1K power on top of that. So it's like, oh, okay, I'm swinging 7 with Mihawk, and then I'll have like what, an 8K coming from Momo? No, it's a 10 because I get to reuse those 2 Dawn that were already placed.
What an incredible amount of pressure coming up from the Yamato as well. Just because they're swinging 9, like they're forced to counter out of that, or else you take 2 life. But then after that, they have 2 more swings available because don't forget about Yamato's Lair effect to attach 2 Dawn, 2 rested Dawn to one of your characters, which is just getting you 2 extra power on that turn. And it's just such a good swing there. And then the opponent, the Emu also has to be worried about the Hody Jones coming down as always. The Mars being used here to KO Dracul Mihawk 4K, which has been a nuisance all game. Just an absurd amount of pressure coming out of this Yamato, and really a great showcase of what's made it so great in this meta right now and in this tournament.
Yeah. Hody Jones is the guy that you want to see here. Now, does he have it is the real question. If not, it's going to be very tricky to get around not only Warkery, but this Mars as well. So this could be a bounce back point for Captain Karoo. Emu might be able to, just take it home from here if they're able to dodge the Hody for probably the next, I would say, 2 turns.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what we saw yesterday, that Hody not coming down to finish it off. It's really the piece that you do need to give you that finishing power in this game. I do imagine that we would have seen the Hody come down. It looks like Butts is opting to attach 2 to Yamato right now. So we might actually not see that come down. So the Warcury is blocking that and drawing a card. Not what you really want as Yamato. That's what you're going to be using the Hody for here, but maybe opting to use that instead to rest Dawn and a blocker. I don't know, but because the Emu does have 3 Dawn still up, it looks like. So it is looking right now like there is no Hody in hand, unfortunately.
You know what would be kind of interesting is if we see another 6-cost Momonosuke here. So I don't think it's not game winning this turn, but you see maybe like a 5. But instead, we're going to see, I think, a 7, right? A 7 here from the Yamato, and he just passes with 2 up. So no development of the board, though, is a little tricky. I think he's relying on that Hody Jones now for the finisher, but it does give Emu time to more or less kind of get set up. So it's like, hey, I will take this time.
Which one?
Oh, it's going to life. He's just making sure that the attack. Oh wait, nope. I think he's thinking. Yeah, he's just got to make sure that he's able to get his hands on some of those events. That might be what he's actually scanning his trash for right now. Is just a guarantee, like, okay, this is how many events I have access to in my deck because I already have quite a few. And we did see the never existed there kind of flash on the screen there for just a sec. No trigger again right here. So lucky dodge for Karoo. We'll see the 10 cost 5 elders coming down with the trash. Gets to set up the whole board.
The whole gang's here.
And we'll do a little search.
What do you think was the point of leaving 2 Dawn up? What is that bluffing something, or what do you think?
I don't really think it was anything, if I'm being honest. I think he could have swung 7, 9 if he wanted to or something, but I just don't think it really mattered just because he was probably going to block both either way. Rather than use his events, because I think the objective there was to try and get the use of the events, and yeah, I don't think, because he was like, all right, I know that I'm not gonna win here with you having 2 blockers, but like the idea is, all right, hey, hopefully you just kind of let this go and counter out of one of these with one of your events, so that I don't have to worry about that for the following turn or whenever I do happen to get Hody Jones available. So,
right. Yeah, it at least puts the opponent in a situation where they have to consider countering out with an event in hand potentially, which would be, you're getting a lot more value out of the hand. Whereas if you're swinging for 9K with your leader, they're always just going to block either way.
Right.
It at least gives yourself the shot of that happening, I suppose. It's a cool little meta / mind game coming from the Yamato there, and an interesting one of these lines I'm talking about where maybe not intuitive. It's hard to see kind of what the purpose of it is right off the bat, but just a really cool little technique that we see coming out of here from the Yamato.
Yeah, this is kind of a scary spot though, because even if he has Hody in hand, it's really like it's really scary to try and go for game. Oh, he does. Interesting. So yeah, because you take the life there, which is that's the scary part. Is there's very good odds that you might not get this attack through and just potentially die. So, but he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go 11. What was this? 13, right? I believe 13. So we're gonna see Emu get to 9. We're gonna see Emu get to 10, and then pick back up a 2K. So get to 12, and that's gonna be 14 right there for Emu. Yeah, this is scary. I don't know if there's a world where Butts is able to live through this.
I'm trying to think of what the outs could possibly be, but they're pretty much, I just think there are none at this point, especially with all these, staring down the barrel of 4 7Ks on the board now, with more coming at you afterwards. Yeah, it's not looking great.
Yep, that's tough. That's a tough start right there. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah.
7 to your lead.
Yep, he's gonna go 7. We'll counter out of that. Another 7.
Good game.
Yeah, he'll let it go. And that's going to be the game. Captain Karoo taking it 2-0.
Played a great game, bro.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Yeah, he maybe had some mental practice the night before to go through this matchup in his head. Yeah, because I know that you got Yamato's maybe not something that everybody is just like, all right, let's get this practiced and matchup figured out. So might be something that, excuse me, he had knowledge of, obviously going into day 2 here and saying, okay, how am I going to tackle this? Maybe bounce some ideas off your friends, bounce some ideas off of practice partners and stuff like that. So it's really, really one of those, one of those things where you kind of got to rely on your instincts and you just kind of go with it.
Yeah, and a really good kind of matchup knowledge. Just seeing Captain Karoo take that early life from the Basil Hawkins with confidence, pretty much immediately swung with that 5K. So I feel like that's something you think about, chess openings and thinking about what you're going to do in these early plays of the game. If we see a Basil Hawkins comes down, we are going to swing at that for 5K. If we take a life, it is what it is, but we still put ourselves in a good position to end the game, because toward the end of the game, Captain Crew had 4 cards left in hand, whereas if they had just let that Basil Hawkins continue to swing and swing and swing, that would have been a much lower number. So that is what they needed to win the game. So good job on both players' parts. Shouts out to Butts. Congrats on making it to this point of the tournament. It's a big accomplishment to do on Yamato, and unfortunately you see the Emu and the power of that deck. Even these decks that are brought to these tournaments because they feel like they could do well against a deck like that, you take it to a best of 3 where they have the choice of the dice roll, and it's easy for them to just drop 2 games in a row in a situation like that, just because Emu is such a consistent deck. It sees what it needs to see so frequently. It's set up that way. And so it can be difficult to win against them. But shouts out to both players. Well done. And we have the next round of the tournament coming here soon.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've showcased Captain Karoo quite a bit over the weekend. honestly. So he definitely seems to have a masterful knowledge of what is going on with the the Emu deck. And it's funny because I probably should have recognized this before that match, but it was actually a very important match for both of those players because that was a serial on the line right there. So top 8 has been secured at least for Captain Crew right there, and we have quite a lot of time left. Obviously, until the next match, so a little bit of a struggle there because we have right now um, only one other game that has ended out of the other 8 matches that are happening. So we have a Zoro that made it through at the moment right now, guys. But for those of you that didn't get to catch the bracket earlier, I can just reiterate what we do have or what we know of currently. So the Yamato and Emu matchup that we just witnessed, obviously, Emu is going to go forward to the top 8. We have a Green Zoro versus Emu match that is being played out. We have an Ace Mirror match. We have a Ace versus Green Zoro match also happening. We have an Emu against Ace, another Emu against Ace, and then an Emu Mirror match and an Emu versus Zoro. So just to tally it up really fast, we have 7 Emu that were in the top 16. Cannot guarantee all of them are making it through. We had 3 Green Zoro that were in the top 16, as well as 5 Ace. 5 Ace. And unfortunately our Yamato that just bit the dust right there.
And so die all the dreams of our non-top 3 decks.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, Bonnie unfortunately and Rayleigh unfortunately losing in the top 32. Yamato being the one, unique unique list that is unfortunately now out in the top 16. So I mean, I shouldn't say unique list because actually some of the lists of the Zoro and Ace players are actually quite unique. The Emu is pretty cut and dry. That one's pretty much figured out. But most of the Ace lists are very similar, but there are some interesting techs. And then we had that one really interesting Zoro list.
Yeah.
That threw us for a loop. I was like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, y'all will see that list at some point, I assume, and it's a doozy.
Yeah, it's definitely not what I expected. But I think that one thing that kind of surprised me a little bit about OP13 in particular is just going back to the Nationals winner in what was that, September? Or was it October? I think it was September, right? But going back to the Nationals winner, his deck list was very interesting in running the Vander Decken and Fishman package, but it seems as though that kind of idea has gravitated to the blue-green Sanji, or no, excuse me, blue-green Zonji or whatever, the Zoro and Sanji deck list, and kind of found its way out of a lot of green Zoros uh, repertoire, if you will. I kind of personally like that card more against matches like Ace or particular matches that you need to get rid of top end. So I don't know. I could just be crazy. I don't really play a ton of Green Zoro, but I just think that card is inherently very good right now in this meta. So to not see any like Fishman style builds or using Vanderdecken was a little. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm actually okay with it. As an Ace player, I'm like, hooray, my 10 costs live.
Yeah, I think a lot of removal just feels bad just because of Emu being essentially immune to being KO'd for so much of the game.
Yeah.
And so once that top end does start coming through anyway for Emu, it is relatively insignificant. And I feel like a lot of Zoro stuff is kind of built to try to have as many chances as possible to beat the Emu. And a lot of the techs that we have seen have been anti-Emu techs. And the one Fishman that we did see to that effect was the Hody and Hyozo card coming through that promo Hody Hyozo, which came through in that one deck build that we saw earlier. Not in an Emu matchup, but that was there. So interesting to see those kinds of deck builds. But I think for Fishman, Vanderdecken maybe not the move as much as something that's going to let you rest a 4 cost and get yourself out of a starve early in the game.
Hey, you speak for yourself. All right. I I like Vanderdecken. I think it's just such a crazy card. I understand though that the Kuina totally makes sense against getting around a lot of emus, blockers, as well as getting around honestly a lot of aces blockers as well, and its own blockers in Green Zoro. So Kuina is definitely that. I call her like the budget Tashigi, if you will. You know,
Mhm.
she's the great value Tashigi. Um, yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we've got a bunch of games that are finishing up right now. We are going to take a short break. We might come back maybe in between then, because I know that it is, well, this might be a long break. Now I think about it, it might be a long break unless the games finish up a little bit. But we might come back in just a little bit. And, you know, not really sure at the moment. We're just seeing how the games pan out, and then we'll have a little bit more information for you. But we'll be going into top 8, ladies and gentlemen, where, in my opinion, the stakes are a little lower. You know, that top 16 match, the stakes are a bit high. You're like, I really want to win a serial. I really want to get this. Now we're going into, hey, I've got my serial locked up. Now it's just winning. I'd like to win, and if I don't win, I've pretty much succeeded in what I would like to do for the weekend, you know?
Yep. Playing with house money once again, baby.
Yeah, playing with house money. Exactly. Who's in the top 8? We don't know. We don't know. The games are very much so still being played out. So we have the players still have like another 25 minutes of play time left in their matches. So we'll see who ends up finishing in the top 8. And once we do get to that point, I'll be able to let you guys know exactly what we do have. So, all right. We will be taking a bit of a break here, and we'll be back for round 3 here shortly, aka top 8 matches. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our top 8 matches here, and we are excited. Even though it is kind of the expected crew, if you will, that we expected to see in the top. I still think these matchups are really interesting, and they're very back and forth. So very excited, but joined by my man, the myth, the legend, real Joshua over here, myself, the Luffy TV. And yeah, we're excited to be here. We've got a couple of brackets. Let me tell you about. We've got Zoro against Emu. So UPS from I think round 1 he was in, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I believe
UPS,
so. Yes.
yeah, the green Zoro is going to be going up against Alex playing Emu. And then we have Dominier playing Ace against Azure playing Emu. And then we have Romulus playing Green Zoro against Nathaniel playing Ace, as well as Agoron on Green Zoro against Captain Karu on Emu. So
A lot of these
not
folks already featured on stream, and I believe Dominier being Dominic. I believe that's a C at
oh
the end.
Dominic. Oh, I thought it was an R. Whoops. Whoops. I was
That
A.
sounds
To
like a
be
Lord of
fair,
the Rings name.
the handwriting got me. It was it's Dominic, not Dominic. That's funny. But yeah, no, we should have some pretty interesting matches. We are going to get started off though with an Ace versus Emu match here. Pretty excited about this one just because I think this match is in my opinion, it's one of the like tried and trues of OP13. Just two of these Titans obviously being, I would say, arguably the best and the second best deck. Which one is the best is really up to opinion. I think both of these decks are extremely strong in their own rights. They have multiple ways that they can answer different things, very strong innate abilities. But if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check really quickly. I believe that Dominic is
He's walking away
our
right now.
yes,
Oh,
he
that's
is
so
our
funny. I think
lower
he's looking
seeded
for me
player,
too.
if I'm not
Sorry.
mistaken.
Yeah, that's what you guys
So
said.
we
Here, he's
should
just walking
have
away.
I'm gonna put a comma.
yes, he
Start
is. Yes, he did lose the dice roll, obviously, on this one, Azur choosing to go second on the first match. But he is going to
Top
play
1,
out the Otama, get a little draw power, does get rid of the Red Rock, because Red Rock is essentially worthless in this matchup. It only comes up in like the most niche of circumstances where the Emu player is just
I
hard
think I
playing
will
out
just
a
take Peter
10
here,
cost, well, using the
and I
stage
will
to play it out,
pitch
but uh,
Nostro,
playing out the
Leopold,
10 cost and then at the same
and
time not actually
Castillo.
activating its effect. Tend to happen much more in the past when there were what was it? Why am I forgetting the name of it? The a lot of the tax beards that were being played in the ace builds, but we've since seen a bunch of ace players kind of hopping off of tax beard as a whole and going into the 9 cost Newgate.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a single tax beard in this tournament yet. Maybe some people still on it, but I feel like the emus have figured out how to play around it and just not able to get enough value out of that card as the ace. And you'd rather just have the tried and trues and that ability to pump up to an 8K leader, potentially 10K leader on your turn, so that you can just maintain that power
No trigger.
as ace and not be taking a bunch of harass via these 7K swings at your leader that could essentially come for free otherwise. So
Okay.
we are getting into the turn.
Start by
What is this?
tapping
Turn
life for
2
Shadow.
now for Emu?
Yeah, turn 2 for Emu does start off with another Shalria. Is going to be like a nice little cycle, get a couple cards into the trash, and get a lot of draw power here. And then we could end up seeing Saturn. We could end up seeing potentially
Saturn.
Workery, but it is going to be Saturn in this case. Taking a search of the top 5, definitely looking to find the 10 costs. Those are pretty much what is going to win you this match at the end of the games. The events are very important, but being able to see all of your 5 elders is extremely important as well. Hopefully, though, Dominic, if he's
I did
trying
leader
to
effect. I
answer
was so
this,
sorry.
you know,
Okay.
this idea of,
This is the
Emu
top card.
going second and just having the more optimal curve, it is going to be reliant on seeing the important pieces on the correct turn. So we're going to need to see a Yamato here, potentially a Jozu or a Vista to be played out on our 7 Dawn curve, and then 9 Dawn going into the 8 cost event, trying to stay healthy so that we can just kind of chain those 8 cost events into a lot of our top end.
So it looks like something being shuffled here was something mistakenly.
8.
Oh, I see. I did see them
Revealed.
put a card back. I think he accidentally drew 2.
Yeah, thank you.
So it might be interesting. Oh, that's, you know what? That's actually bad news for the Emu. Oh, he double Emu'd ability. Oh, no. So this is very punishing for Emu, actually, because now he is not aware of his stack.
Pudding? Yep.
Uh-oh. I mean,
Pretty sure it doesn't
mistakes
matter.
like this
Putting
do
here
happen.
anyways.
It is a stream. It is the, we're getting into these high rounds here where there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, we're in top 8
And so
now,
it's easy to
like
make a slip up
very
like
just-
that. So
Yeah.
this hopefully this doesn't affect the outcome of the game too much. Like, you always hate to see something like that, but pudding coming here anyway, so 5
So
cards
do it
going to
again.
be drawn instead. Yeah, so okay, it won't affect things too much because the shuffling is going to occur anyway.
That's
the
funny.
randomization is regardless, but
I love it. Pudding is actually really nice on this 5 Dawn turn, especially when, the Emu here was able to just get so much cycle in and try and net out their entire hand with the Shalrias as well as the 1 cost event and the leader effect to cycle. So it's kind of funny how Pudding like essentially completely negates everything that's happened so far. The little mistake, it just says, yeah, it's fine. Let's just put that. That's great. That's great.
a gentleman's pudding, if you will.
Yes, a gentleman's pudding indeed. That's awesome. Oh man. But yeah, we do end up seeing the 1 cost searcher is going to play out another Saturn. So he says, hey, you know what? I'm just going to keep looking for the cards I need.
Would they have opted to or hoped to have seen play the blocker there, the Warkiri, or do you think this is an ideal play for them? Because if it's me, I'm thinking they would want to play the blocker in that case. That would be a more optimal play, but hard to tell. I mean, and I'm wondering if that maybe telegraphs that they don't have a blocker in their hand.
I think it's fine here just because it wasn't Yamato that was played, it was Pudding. So the reality of, you taking really, really large swings this turn is probably low. There's, probably just a 7K and a 6 cost card coming down onto the board. If not, then maybe like a Yamato or a Marco. So having a 6 cost character, though, is really helpful in this match. It becomes a distraction. It also gets like a really nice pressure to the board, pressure to life as well. You can bounce back that Otama if we do have the Jozu here. It's also very difficult for them to pop consistently. So like they won't basically use that. Why am I always forgetting the name of the card? The Equilibrium, I believe it is, that can pop the 6 costs, the event for that. Mars is, obviously a 5 or less. So, and we do end up seeing the Yamato here. Very heads up, though, to play over the Otama. It obviously doesn't seem like a lot, but it is important towards the end of the game. Having these 2 Garps on board can be very relevant to when we're seeing, the 10 cost plays coming down. Now, I will be interested to know if he is going to choose to swing into this Pudding at all. Some Emu like basically decide that it's not enough of a threat, but if there is a 8 cost event into a 10 cost new gate the following turn, this Pudding does get the 2 Dawn to be able to swing over, Emu. So it's very interesting to see the decision process here always.
You're going to 9 next?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll see if they do opt to swing at that pudding. I think, you know, a 5K over 4K, not giving up too much. And, you know, if you don't have other ways of allocating that Dawn or other things that you are planning on doing with that, it could be a good move
Top
here,
4.
especially as you try to get as much pressure off of your own leader as possible, while the pudding is sticking around there and it's not too much of a threat. You never know down the line as you start allocating Dawn to it with those 10 cost Newgate blockers. It's just going to be, you know, getting more cards out of your hand over time. So we do see the swing come through and the pudding put in the trash for nothing. No counter out of hand to protect that. So as expected, pudding out of the game here, and we are going to go into that crucial pivotal ace turn where we're going to see what happens.
Yeah,
It looks like it's all
9
done.
cost Newgate is an idea. He does. It looks as though he does have 8 cost events in hand. If you're able to chain them, you know, this is kind of the start
3.
of, you know, everything that you want to be doing as ace. You could just hard play Newgate if you'd really like to. It's more or less kind of the same thing, but I think having the blocker on board tends to be a little more favorable. But going Newgate first does allow you to then play the blocker second on the next turn, which once your Newgate is sideways will help you protect it a little bit. So we are going to see the 8 cost event coming down for the Newgate and attaching the Dawn to swing for 9. No effect
Block.
of the 8 cost event. I don't hate it. Knowing that your opponent's going to 10 here, it's just I get very scared when I'm not like a consistent 8K against Emu. I just feel like I end up giving up life a little. Excuse me. He is an 8K right now, but just going up like basically stops all things,
leader
and getting the life draw gets you closer to being like in that Gold Roger range. So I don't hate it. I just I always get a little scared if I don't, like, say you end up missing one of your 8 cost events, then you're in kind of a weird situation. So could be weird.
Yeah, and you can start getting poked down a bit in that situation just because
Yeah.
you start getting those 8Ks going through. But it looks like maybe not
Dude,
too
like-
much happening here as far as that threat is concerned. But here, yeah, here we get one of those swings. Opting to use the Ezo effect.
Okay.
Countering out.
Tap
Just a
3,
simple 1K.
And stage. 5 elders. Pitch. One
And
Dawn.
here comes the Elders with a couple more effective swings coming through after this, it looks like.
And roll
So
back.
again, you could have gone up to a 10K. You might have had a couple more, you know, cards in hand after this, but at the same time, you'd be down a life going down to 2, which sometimes not a bad thing, as you do want to start getting those Rogers online
Whoa.
later in the game.
He's missing Jupiter.
Oh,
Oh, this is huge. I actually had not noticed. I had not noticed that he was missing it.
Sorry. Saturn. Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. I'm
it
just
looks like there
really
is one in hand. Well, maybe there wasn't one in hand because I think, you know, they would have played it here, right?
Step on him like this.
Yeah,
The effect already went off. So yeah, if there was a Jupiter in hand, it would have been played.
it's surprising that, I mean, all he had to do, you could yeah, he could have trashed it, but I mean, maybe he's got something in mind. So we'll see.
I think it was searched earlier, maybe before the pudding. And it got put into the deck and hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, he might have it in hand though. I thought I saw it at one point, but maybe
You know what I'm worried
forgot
about? I'm
to
misplaying my
pitch it
friends yelling at
using
me.
the 5 elders effect. So this is oof.
Dude,
That's
I don't know how
tough.
the judge hasn't nuked
So
me
if it
already,
is
but-
in so you think he either
thank you so
forgot or
much.
is there a reason why he wouldn't play it
Yeah,
here?
chat's probably
That's
screaming,
that's
like,
the
"Get this outta
question.
here."
I don't know.
blame him. I really can't.
I truthfully could not tell you. I think this is just
Block.
not great for his Nuz Juro to get some pressure the following turn. Well, realistically, any of his swings to get pressure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
was
I'm
a
not
little
mad about
worried
this.
there. Let's,
Absolutely not. You're still at 3 life which is kind of a bummer, but you got a 13K on board, you got a 10K on board, so much of a threatening board here. And with your opponent's board not having that base power of 7K because of that ever important Jupiter, it's a little bit rough.
Yeah. Yeah, this could be tough. I mean, always got to remember that in a top 8 situation like this, it is nerve-wracking to say the least. You can forget to do one thing and it just feels like you forgot the world, you know. And just the easiest slip up can be very costly. We are going to see Shirahoshi though putting one of the 5 elders as well as one of the never existed 4K counter events back in, and we'll have to trash a card from hand, I would imagine, as ace, because I would assume they're at 6 or more right now. He does have the hand down, so yeah, we are at 6 or more. Just going to trash a Marco. It's funny how much at the beginning of this meta I thought Marco was so important in this matchup, and the longer it went on, I started to realize it was actually less important than I thought and became kind of a nothing burger. So I was just constantly tossing it from hand and not really using it as much. But does freely take the 6K here. Since we have Roger on board, I feel like this is totally fair. Makes a lot of sense. Now, do we have the Jupiter in trash now? Did he use it for the effect?
I should hope so.
I should hope so, yeah.
One thing about taking that life is that you don't get the leader effect off of it, which is not ideal because that 10 cost Roger was played on the previous turn. So worth noting that the extra card is not coming through. But I think to take that life so freely, you know that that's kind of what you're going for, is you want to start taking a little bit of life here. It's going to be more advantageous to you in the long term, maybe because you're trying to set up your Roger for as much success as possible. Just having it on the board is such a big threat, especially when your opponent, you know, has the potential to be going down to 0 life here in the near future. And you never know, there could be another 9 cost Newgate coming out on the next turn, taking a life, going up to a 10K leader, effectively, you know, basically negating whatever the Emu is going to be trying to do on the next turn. So
yeah. And we're going to see no Dawn left active here, but this is a 10K swing going into the Newgate, which has been reduced at this point to a 6K, if I'm not mistaken. So
I believe that's correct.
It's a lot of counter to give up.
Well, the dice says 2. I guess it just hadn't changed.
Right. Unless the first one, no, he countered out 2K, 1K there. So
yeah, yep.
Which it's tough. This is why, like, as amazing as it is to have developed the Roger here, it's also kind of like a double-edged sword, because now you've developed it. It's great, right? Oh no, this could go downhill. This could go downhill. I feel like we might be cursing all of the aces, because just ace not being able to find this 10 cost Newgate in almost any of the matches we've been able to watch this weekend has been really tough.
11 in life.
Yeah, we're going to see an 11K. I would assume getting blocked by Mars, or he still had Walker. He let the rush card die, excuse me. And now probably 4 for Marco. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not terrible, but developing that 10 cost is actually really important because of these moments where you have Newgate, you know, susceptible to a double reduction, so it becomes a 6K, and then if it gets tricky enough to where they're swinging these big numbers, you can at least get like a free block with that 12K blocker.
Yeah, and we don't know what the ace drew off the top, so I mean, once this Marco comes through with the leader effect, going to have a lot of cards in hand to potentially start to try to counter out of stuff. But here we see that effect being used to the leader effect of ace to give minus 2K.
On board. Just bye. That would be an awesome effect.
Yeah. Says no, thank you, not
tap
today.
more for Saturn.
Bro, I was really worried we were gonna get another point.
I tell you what, Jupiter's art is so terrifying.
It really is one of the scarier arts in the game. After the that Big Mom art that gives
Oh,
me
yeah.
nightmares.
Another
Oh man,
7
I forgot
voltage.
about that. that's
I
that's
could
quite funny.
never forget about that art. It haunts me.
That's pretty good.
How much time do you
So it looks like a pretty good chance to keep these big
untapped,
bodies
I have
safe here
6
with the
left.
Marco on the board, though.
Yeah, Marco will be nice. I don't think there's too much that
I'll take
he has to worry about one of them being removed, simply because of the fact that
Cards in hand?
uh, he doesn't have that initial minus 2k coming from, the first.
Let's do 6 out of life.
I just call him the Rusher. I always forget his name real fast. It is
Juro.
yes, Nosjuro. That's it.
3.
That's it.
Nostro.
Yeah, Nosjuro.
5 elders.
He is
Pitch. 1 dawn.
easily got the most interesting name out of all 5. But yeah, Nosjuro is just not having the first one means that the lowest this new gate is going to get is an 8k, which should be pretty easy to get out of, if anything. But since leader is 6, we just press your life.
All right.
Just say,
Saturn
hello,
search.
I'd like cards. Please and thank you.
4, 5.
What planet is Nostro meant to represent?
That's a really good question, actually.
Okay, I will
Because we have Mars, Mercury, which is Saturn, and Jupiter. which are-
Jupiter?
they're pretty easy to
Oh,
get.
Jupiter, that's fine.
Nostro
KO.
maybe is. Oh, that's right. That's right. Because he has the V in his name.
on KO.
Oh, Venus.
It's V Nostro. Yeah.
Oh,
It's V dot Nostro. So.
that's
I-
big brain.
Pass.
Mm-hmm.
He
I did it
already.
for the
Like you have the Jupiter. So, Oda was
Yep.
cooking with these names. He
Really?
was. He was cooking something
comes, I know
fierce.
it's coming.
All right, so Ace going into this turn with a lot of potential here. This is going to be the turn where we see it all come down.
I'd love to see 8 cost event into 10 cost.
Yep, and
New
that
game.
would make everything unblockable. It would make a 10k leader, and if you can really calculate if you got it in hand to counter out of any swing that comes your way, if that does happen, because you'll still have that 10 cost blocker on the board. You'll be a 10k leader, basically making you immune, especially once you've got this 10k, 13k, 6k, and then whatever you're going to be swinging with your leader. There's a lot of potential swings here that could not be blocked if you do go down to 0.
Yeah, I wanna believe that that's the route he's gonna take, but it'll be interesting. We do also still have the Garp on board. Dominic's gonna take his time though, kind of map out some of the swings. You can see him; he's kind of playing with the cards, acting as potentially his Dawn, just mapping out. Do I have enough to survive if I do go for this play?
No.
And looks as though we're going to see it.
There it
Yep,
is.
There it is.
Taking a life plus 2k.
So really
Two
solid
captains
here.
dead.
I don't think the nice thing is I actually don't believe that he will be susceptible to losing here either,
And then
being an
we'll put
8k
2
base
on Yamato.
and being like with the amount of cards he has in hand. I just don't see a world where Emu is going to be able to do much here. Yeah, I think the potential misplay on the Nosturo is kind of coming back to bite him. Just not chipping enough cards out of Ace's hand might be the game breaker.
Yeah, it's hard not to look back on that and think, what that would have affected. Because even a couple of cards out of hand maybe makes this line inaccessible to you as the ace, where, if you don't have that extra, 1k counters to get out of those 8k pokes coming up, it just makes it, the game out of reach for you potentially. But yeah, now with no ability to block her up, it is going to be tough for this Emu to get through this seemingly impenetrable barrier that is coming through with this 12k blocker on the board as well. So some big swings, but we have seen emus wriggle out of crazier things before.
100%. And that was kind of like something to think about was, if you wanted to try and go for game here, excuse me.
I thought there was a bell.
Yeah, yeah.
If you wanted to
That's
try and go
way-
for game
it
here,
sounded way
there was
too
this
close.
idea of maybe using Thatch in
Bro,
hand.
okay.
But if you
Hold on,
use
let me pull this
Thatch
real
and
quick.
it doesn't work to where, Emu still has
Can I?
2 Dawn up, potentially plus 8K encounter right there. Just thinking about it,
All right, yeah.
All
right,
that's
ban this guy.
it's a very scary
Um,
route to take
okay.
if it doesn't work.
yeah, you have a lot of options
So
here.
this
Option number
seems
one
like
is
it's
step
just
two
you're
for
playing
pizza.
offense, but you also have the option for
Option
defense
number two
while
is you
while
just
you're at
swing
it.
out, and I don't think swinging out is
So
bad here. That's
we
actually
do
one of
see
my favorite
this,
guys I've
what is it, a
almost thrown around
10K
this in my
swing,
life.
I believe, coming from the ace leader. I would just swing out and defend out of, everything that's going to be coming at you the turn after. I mean, worst case
Trigger?
scenario,
Oh,
I'm trying to think
please
of
save me. That's
realistically
not
what.
helpful.
Oh, well, that's a pretty
That's
obvious
actually
one.
very detrimental.
Unless he's already got
Mars.
2 of the events in hand, yeah, which I think I mean, that basically tells your opponent, like, if I'm not picking this up, I have 2 of those in hand.
He's got the goods.
Yeah,
What swings do you have
I'm not
left?
bluffing.
8 and 13.
So we see the 10K now coming from the 9-cost Newgate. Should be a pretty easy event in 2K counter, but what's the best case scenario for Emu to try and win next turn? It's one of 2 options. You either swing out multiple 8K
It's 10 at life,
swings,
right?
or you potentially go the route of just 2 really high swings with one of them almost guaranteed to be blocked.
Right.
Yeah. So this is looking very much so like Ace's game to lose. Like you're in such a good spot. If you lose, it's got to either be because the hand is so bricked or because of a very drastic mistake.
9.
Yeah, and I have to imagine if the hand is that bricked, they go Thatch and try to go for lethal.
No trigger.
Mhm.
At least that's what I would imagine in this spot.
Draw.
But here we go, going back into the Emu turn. We're going to see how this ends up working out. Again, we're expecting to see a lot of pokes coming through for 8K, or
Okay,
potentially
okay,
2
okay.
big swings, just trying to go for lethal.
Yeah,
That way,
dude, just get me out of here
um,
already.
either way, going to be very hard to get through as Ace's hand is big. He's had quite a bit of time to stack that up and stockpile on those counter resources, in addition to the leader effect, giving him a free minus 2K to the opponent's
leader effect?
swinging character or leader. So a lot of ability to counter out of stuff as the ace here.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Azur is definitely realizing here. I think this is time to go to game 2.
7 in hand?
Yes.
hate to be that guy, but it's looking pretty bleak. Because no matter what, if you do not win this turn, you 100% lose next turn. So, but you always have to try. So, but the options are multiple 8Ks or 2 big swings. And the multiple 8Ks is definitely the play. You need to force your opponent to have all of that counter in the hand. Whereas 2 big swings is definitely not going to get you there. It's just going to be a little bit awkward.
Let's do.
Yep, and so we start seeing it come through here, starting with the Venus Dro.
Yeah.
Thanks for that one, chat.
Yeah.
Another 8 at life?
Learn something new every day.
It's hilarious how oblivious you can be just to the one letter before it that, like, oh, wow.
I actually had the thought, I was like, does the V stand for Venus, maybe? Didn't even take into consideration the NUS after.
That's funny. Oh, a lot of 8Ks coming in. Dominic deciding what card to use. We're going to see the Atmos. I know that I saw Jozu earlier as well. So there it is. Yep. That's a lot of counter.
3 more attacks expected to come through here. from these two bodies, and then a potential last rusher from the
You haven't used leader effect?
5 elders.
That's a good point, actually. I
In
did
case.
actually discredit the fact that he can get another 8K swing. So wait a minute. So hold on. 3 done, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have
7.
it here.
No, he can't. So the rusher actually would be pointless because leader, it would basically be the same as just attaching to lead.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, because you're giving up 4 Dawn for that anyway.
Yeah. Well, 3.
Yeah,
Oh,
putting
I thought you had to
two is
give
gonna be
you.
troll.
It was 3 to play the elders, and then like 1 more.
Oh, you're talking about elders? No, I think I'm just saying if he just has
Just the rusher?
in hand. Yeah, just
yeah,
the
makes
rusher.
sense.
Yeah.
999. Two Ks in hand. Or
I mean, it's
yeah,
definitely
actually, like, give a-
possible, but I
so
doubt it.
this is
I just
9,
highly doubt it.
9,
That Ace is missing. All he
Cards in
needs
hand,
is,
one
I
of them
think,
gets blocked,
realistically,
just
2 more
2
counter
Ks.
cards. Because he gets a free block with the. Actually, you know what's funny is if he does decide to swing big here.
10, 11,
Personally, I'm blocking with
yeah.
Newgate, even if it's a 10K. I don't care. I win the game
10,
next turn,
11.
guaranteed. I'm blocking because then I get to draw with my leader effect.
Right.
You can counter out of the 10, which is 2K, 1K.
So definitely swinging under
Unless your
Newgate
hand's, like,
is
Blue
is
City,
actually the
which
play.
it isn't. Is my other potential out any good at all here?
There's 7 Dawn left
think
remaining.
so.
It looks like.
It's not.
Just figuring out
So,
how
I think this is
to
the only
allocate
route
that
I
at the
have from
moment
here.
is the emu.
We'll just see how this goes.
Yeah, we're gonna see a 9. This does require a 2K. Yep. So we'll see
Yeah,
Thatch
and you have
here.
leader and thing. 9 at life.
We are going to see another 9 and another 9. So we'll see Otama and then
So
the
what's your
free
hand looking?
block. So Ace
2 bigs.
going to be
Ah,
taking
come
it. Did-
on.
wow,
Wait.
literally actually had perfect counter though.
Could I have
Yeah.
won then?
Yeah,
No,
it's
because if I swung
crazy,
10, you would've just
crazy
countered
how
out of the
close
first
that
one, and
was.
11
But
would've been
Ace
blocked.
taking
Good
the
game.
Yeah.
taking game 1 here.
I think that's worse. because
And
then
this is
for
absolutely
that play, I need
huge
1
for
2K,
Dominic
for the
as
other play, I
well,
need 1 1K,
because
'cause I can
even
leader
though he won this,
I can leader
right,
effect to the,
now
the 11.
his opponent will get to
Can I?
choose the turn order again because he
No,
went
I need
he
2K for both.
he won
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
losing the dice roll on this
Okay,
first match.
Well, I lost. I'll go second again.
So
Right.
his opponent will
How much
choose
time do we have
second,
left? I
but
feel like
if
I
he
took a
loses
really
the
long time.
second round, he now has the
29.
choice. He has the upper hand in the third round to be able to choose to go second. So very big game for Dominic to win. If there was a match to win out of the
Okay,
3, this was
focus up
definitely
this
the
game,
one.
Not like completely troll.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate when you see a misplay like the one that came through here. Some of them we've argued whether it's a misplay or not. Slightly tough margins, really small things. But this was one where it's gonna haunt you afterwards, where you think about it afterwards and you think like
I think
maybe
that
a
would be
little
lot
bit
better,
messy
actually.
play and
I mean, to be fair,
didn't
Roger kinda
keep
sucked before
quite
Ace.
enough track. And
Then Ace came
this
out
is
and
why
it was
you
like-
have to keep tabs on everything, and especially these high stretch situations.
Just
Just really take a minute to
There's no
gather
rule that's
yourself
good.
and to
Ah,
know that
which means Ace
you're
is
making the
strong
right
because
plays.
Ace
Because
plays 1 big
if
thing
you have a
every turn.
situation like that where you're not able to play one of your 5 elders because
bet-
you didn't track something,
I would bet that
it can end up really making the game swing the opposite direction. And we talked about this earlier, but it does seem like the kind of mistake that could have been game losing in that situation.
Well, think about it this way. So since he wasn't able, or excuse me, since he didn't play that card, right? He wasn't able to chip at life and hand size, arguably, for a whole kind of turn and a half, because it was the very end of the turn. His Venus Juro did not get to swing. And then at the very start of his next turn, he had 2 characters that could have potentially swung before playing over the elders. With Dominic specifically having perfect counter there at the end, right? You could have at least minimum gotten one of those cards out of hand.
I don't know.
So that could have been the win condition right there. So
I had 2
very much
Otamas,
so
2
that
bigs.
that could have been,
2K.
unfortunately, the game loss at the moment. Yeah.
So the emu there opting to show us his hand. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of that, but he did decide to keep. he decided to keep his hand while the ace did decide to mulligan there. So I think Emu feels pretty confident in his opening hand. Maybe he saw the nuts, as it were.
All right.
But I think we can expect a pretty good curve out of the Emu here.
Sure. Good start, though, for Ace being able to play out Garp. We are going to be taking the first curve again because of, winning that first match being so important. And look at that, finding the 10 cost Newgate. We now know that he has it, all right? So we can we can at least call that he has it when it's relevant turns. So
there's the Shalria.
Yep, picking up
Picking up
Charlos.
Charlos.
Yep, and does trash one of the Venus Juros, and then uses leader effect on the Shalria to get the leader draw off as well. So very solid start right there.
8.
Yeah, we're going to see an 8K swing, get out of that with the never existed. Try and stay as healthy as possible in these early stages. Now always kind of an interesting turn for Emu. 3 different options. Swing 6 with leader, play out either Warkery or the Saturn. But with this start, it seems like Saturn is going to be playing. Or you could do the 1-cost event, play out one of them as well. Always depends on how susceptible you feel to that potential 7K swing that's coming down from the Yamato being played on 5.
I mean, the options really are endless when you're Emu, right? It just feels like you can do anything in these early turns.
Yeah.
Hashtag never punished. You cut off so many opponent lines, right? Like with these early blockers, you're able to play this free 4K unconditional counter that you have access to. It's just absurd. And now Ace, though, seeing that Yamato on curve, kind of exactly what you do want.
This is arguably the best start that Ace can have going first. Garp into an Otama into a Yamato is arguably the best start you can have, because now you force your opponent to have Mars. If they don't have Mars, this Yamato is going to gain so much value. If they do have Mars, then Yamato's already done its job, And then you also have I did see a Jozu in hand, so regardless of whether Jozu can bounce any of the characters on board or not, Jozu can be pressure, essentially. So not easy to remove. Will require the equilibrium event, which I do believe actually got cycled already.
I think that was played just now to counter.
Yeah, you have to.
If I'm
Oh, was it? Okay. I didn't know if it was that or the. Oh, I see. Oh, it was used as counter. Okay.
Yeah.
The never existed was on the 8K from the previous turn, right?
I mean, the prizing.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in just playing. Like at this point.
And the other thing that we have to remember too is that the Garp did seek out that 10 cost Whitebeard, and there is a Goldie Roger in the trash. So.
Ooh.
Does that mean that there's
you
another one in hand?
Makes sense, yeah. All right.
Probably, if I had to take a guess. But you can just sometimes early in the game be card dead.
Yeah.
It looks as though there's something going on.
Understandable.
Really quickly, we're just getting a note on what's happening with the players they're discussing. Just a ruling question, it seems.
I actually had no idea
on
that the rule was untap everything and then
the stage particularly. So they're just making sure they got all their ducks in order before proceeding.
Good game, man.
Yeah, good game.
Oh.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
The Emu player is getting a game loss.
Yeah.
Very hard to get.
No,
I've been
this is
playing
my.
for 2 years, and this is the first time I've ever been here.
I did see a
This is actually my
handshake.
first regional, so.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I was actually really excited to be here.
That's
I think-
awesome. Dude, you did awesome.
Oh,
man.
due to how he
Thank you,
resolves
really
the
appreciate it.
stage.
That's a shame. I would have loved to play the rest of this game out, but I guess that's end of that.
Me too. Did you have Mars?
Oh,
I
he
do
got a
have Mars.
prior
Okay, so
warning
I actually was debating. I was like, do I pitch the Charlos
for,
or
I
do I play him
guess,
out? I was thinking, like,
mishandling
tap 3, tap 2,
how
status
the-
double blocker.
Mhm.
I think the double blocker might be overkill
Huh.
because, I mean, what else are you
Interesting.
doing
Yeah.
Kind of
Well-
wonder what I would have drawn into War Cream.
Okay, so for the
I think
record,
my turns
the
were
way that the
two,
stage
bounce
is
these
meant
two,
to be played,
and on
right,
my
is
9 dawn turn,
that you are
gears
supposed
take a life,
to
and then
first
from
rest
there, I
it
don't know. It
and
really
3 of the
depends on
dawn
how you
cards
react, how much
to
life
play
you
the
have,
5
and stuff
elders.
like that.
Yeah. I would love to just
Maybe
play that game out,
I
even if it
would
meant
need
I
to
was
go
gonna
back
lose
and look at the
regardless,
footage, but I'm
here we
assuming
are.
maybe the resting
Yeah.
wasn't occurring, or
Yeah, it
the-
might have just been the
think
dawn
said-
being rested and stage
was your
was
name, by the way?
forgotten
Dominic?
until
Dominic, yeah.
it
All right,
was
Dominic, it was nice meeting you.
It was very nice meeting you.
yeah,
Hopefully I'll see you at
until then.
NATS.
Yeah, hopefully.
Vegas.
Yeah, actually, I did get my invite. Now that I think about it, that was
or the stage was
Interesting.
not untapped
Alright, read
before
all this.
drawing a card for turn.
good luck.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
You're on stream, I'm gonna be
okay,
watching you,
so
I bet I will be on
so just to
stream. My friend keeps
clarify
putting me up
a
here. Oh, really?
pretty
All right.
All right,
sorry,
chat. I'm
but a
so
pretty
sorry
silly
that you guys
comment
have to watch that.
very quickly. Let's just be clear.
No, that's
Ace
actually
won
really-
because
that's
of
a
a
tricky
game
mirror. That's
loss
actually
to
a really
the
tricky
Emu
mirror.
in the second game. There was no rule sharking. It was that the judges have warned the Emu player for a mistake that they were making using the leader, or not the leader, excuse me, the stage to play out characters and just the proper order that it needed to be done in. So the player had made that mistake times before, was given warnings by the judge, made it again. You know,
It's tough because you hate to see a game end that way, right? You want to see it be played out on something that you feel is not that big of a deal, and it feels like, yeah, who cares the order in which you do it, right? But I will say, this is the biggest stage out there. This is like one of the top situations you can be in, and I think having been giving a warning prior, it feels like you got to start really, tightening up that play and not making those mistakes. We did see in game 1 a mistake that cost the game, and we did see that that also the Emu player did accidentally draw 2 cards off the leader effect, requiring them to reshuffle the deck. It didn't end up mattering because the pudding came the turn after, but all these little loose plays end up adding up. And in a situation like this, if you get a warning, you got to tighten that up. And it is unfortunate. We hate to see a game end that way, but that's what happens on a stage like this, where you really have to play with very little margin. You have to have that tight gameplay, and I think that's why it's one of the reasons why it's important to get that in-person play figured out, so that you can make sure that you are doing everything in the correct order and whatnot.
yeah, and it what's funny is so just going on the idea of as far as just one simple mistake can just lose you the game. We were actually given a bit of a funny a tidbit of funny information that I'm sure everybody at home can get a good laugh at, and I hope that if the Ace player we just watched rewatches the VOD, he can get a good laugh about this as well. Apparently, he lost one game in day 1 in Swiss, and the game that he lost was because his opponent had Roger on board, and he blocked when one of them was at 0 life. And his opponent said, "Good game." And he was like, "What do you mean? I just blocked." And he was like, "I have Roger. You play Roger in the deck. What do you mean? Like, this is game." And
Yeah.
he was like, "Oh my gosh, I forgot that card does that."
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's like, obviously, if you thought about that, you wouldn't have blocked, right? But it
Yeah.
almost feels like Gold Roger is designed to make those moments where you're like absently just go,
Oh,
I blocked.
100%.
And then it's like, I win,
Yeah.
you like that's
lose.
exactly the situation that card is meant to do. And at a regional, when you declare that you're blocking with something, like we have to let that stand, because like that is
You lost.
kind
yeah.
of the spirit of the card. It's like, don't
Yeah.
forget that you can't block. If you declare that you block, it's over.
Mhm.
And when they say it out loud, and that's just the end of the game. You can't say like, well, obviously I wouldn't have blocked if I didn't. Well, you didn't know, you forgot. And that's why you have to know these cards inside and out. Regionals are a test of your knowledge of these types of things. And while there is an extent to which, is this in the spirit of the game, blah blah blah, you ask these bigger questions. I think with a card like Goldie Roger that is specifically designed so that you lose if you declare a block, not if you like accidentally forget and you don't say it and you can take it back. In a regional, you got to be careful for that. And to the Ace's credit, he did take that game loss as it should have gone through. But we are seeing those mistakes kind of come through here. For their part, that Emu player did get a warning here. So making that same mistake a couple times was very, very costly. But I think we can all agree it's fair that if you get warned on something, you make the mistake a couple times in a row. That's just how it's going to end up for you, is that whether or not you think that the enforcement is like nitpicky or whatnot, I think we can agree that you get a warning. It's not really nitpicky at that point because they gave you a chance and then you didn't go.
We threw you a bone, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So is everybody, it looks like everybody might be ready. Okay, it looks like we're going to be checking right now to see the potentially the next round might be ready. Let me see if I can get some information on what is in the top 4. But just wanted to make a quick clarification, by the way, guys. The player was not disqualified. Disqualification does prevent you from getting prizing and stuff like that. It was just a game loss. They just lost that game. So they still get top 8. Like the players now, as Joshua was saying, they're playing with house money. They've all got their serial cards. They've gotten the big, prizes and whatnot. It's not much of a difference. The big difference is whether you get first or second place. To you could essentially get the winner playmat or the finalist playmat, and the winner also will get the champion versions of the finalist cards. So it looks as though we're going to have the next matchup actually pretty soon. And we're going to come back, though, with the top 4 decks that remain. To my knowledge, right now, we do have 2 Zoros, though, for sure. So we do have 2 green Zoros. We'll be able to go over that shortly. We're just going to take a very, very small break as we get the players set up for top 4. But yeah, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in just a moment.
Let's do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the top four, the semifinals here. We have two matches going on right now, one of which had already started. So I was like, uh-oh, we're getting the other one. So Ace and Emu are playing right now on a different table, and then we are going to be seeing two green Zoros going at it, the final two green Zoros playing for that top spot, trying to get into the finals here. So, I mean, realistically, this is now where it becomes relevant, to say, okay, this match is worth it. This match is worth it. We're playing for the winner card. We're playing for the chance at finals here. You get the play mat for being in even second place for the finalist. If I'm not mistaken, unless that was just the previous regionals, I'm pretty sure you still get the finalist play mat right now. And we have the winner cards. The winner cards are always really cool because they're super niche. You only get those for taking first place. So
Yeah, this is going to be a big one, and I feel like that last round was really fast because we got a game loss in game 2,
yeah,
and the whole round ended shortly after that. We were expecting this to be a really really grindy, top 8, but it's happened relatively quickly here, and we're going to see a Zoro versus Zoro, which is really just an arms race, right? It's they're going to be taking life fast. They're going to be swinging at each other. This is a high paced, high octane matchup. And it's the little things that really matter in this one because it is a skill-based matchup to a large extent. I mean, obviously, if they don't see their Tashigis or what have you, it can turn out, we can see it be a very lopsided matchup at times. But you can, there are some interesting play lines that are open in this one, and we're going to see it play out. I'm really excited about this matchup.
So one thing that has basically been taken out of the deck at this point, for in the previous, what was it, OP12 meta, was that 4-cost Zoro that was really good into the mirror. So we don't have that anymore, but instead we have this restand Zoro that also sets those 2 Dawn back as active. So we do end up seeing that play with Mihawk coming down here, Zoro going onto the board, which is really nice for chip damage. It's a lot of back and forth between chipping 5, swinging 8 with lead, and basically just becoming a resource battle for both players.
And really just the heart of the cards on the side of Romulus, I believe, if that is the correct naming on the bottom player. But the player going first here, to see the Mihawk into Zoro combo without having searched on turn 1 is it's it's unlikely and a huge godsend. So uh congrats to them because that the odds of you having this exact combo is it's relatively low, and especially to see that without a searcher, really good stuff here for this Zoro going first. So we'll see how stuff turns out here, but it looks like, oh wow, on the other side too, we're gonna have that Mihawk into Zoro come out as well, in addition to a Koshiro. Wow.
Yeah, both players very solid opening. And first thing I just wanted to say really quick is excuse you, it's not Romulus, it's Captain Romulus. So
Oh,
put some
excuse me.
put some respect on that name. Okay. No, he's definitely looking solid here though. This is optimally the start you're looking for. Does get rid of the Hiyori. Can be a little bit of a tricky card if you let it sit too long.
And we should
So
say this blocker, Koshiro, really, really scary if you are Captain Romulus, because you would be using your Tashigi if you had that on curve to rest that Zoro. But instead, now you're forced to rest the blocker because if you had rested the Zoro and tried to swing over that, it could just get blocked either way. So now you're going to take out that Koshiro, swing twice, and at least you do have some bodies to swing at on the board here for the opponent, but these are pretty easy for them to get rid of. So I would already say the table's turning in the favor of Agoron here because of the way that things have panned out. They've both seen really good stuff so far, but Captain Romulus did miss that Tashigi. So a little bit behind here now.
yeah. Yeah, no. The Tashigi is definitely it's such an important play, and getting the law right here into the Tashigi is absolutely huge. Getting to swing 8 now. Do we protect this Zoro is tough. Obviously, it does. It's kind of a shame to let this go, but yeah, as you said, yeah, Agoron does seem to find himself in a bit of a better position here, simply because of having that Tashigi on curve. It would have been really nice for Captain Romulus to be able to play it down the previous turn and now have that 7K swing. But not having it can be a little tricky now, because now you're playing from behind. You're gonna have to rely probably a lot on your 3-cost event towards the end of this game. We do see the Tashigi though being played out, but this is not as good as you might think it would be, simply because of the fact that we are playing this out by itself, bare bones. We're not playing it out with a law. Yeah, we'll see 2-2Ks coming down to protect the law. He says, I'm fine with taking another life here. I just really, really want to protect this board.
And one Don was left standing there. That could have gone toward making that swing on the law even bigger. But I guess here opting to leave that Don up, presumably for a counter event Dead Man's Game.
Yeah. And Romulus, interestingly enough, only runs one single copy of it, which I do find a little bit interesting. But by the way, Romulus was our runner-up in yesterday's Swiss. So getting second place, really impressive right there, to be able to take that. And then Agoron, I believe, still very impressive, taking 19th. It doesn't matter if there's Topcut, you came in 32nd place, you could still win out the entire event. Ooh, a 6K chip. A 6K chip is connecting right here. We will see the use of Dead Man's Game, now a 7K, but also, a 2K1 to get out, a 7 from Tashigi, and I still believe there's one Dawn left open. This is going to be a very quick match.
Yeah, it is looking rough on Captain Romulus's side here. As we said, just a couple of those turns did not pan out in the way that he wanted. But on the bright side, the Agoron looking to maybe, there's a possibility not much counter in hand, but at the same time, in this position, it is not looking very good.
Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough spot to be in. But the beauty of this deck is that sometimes you don't have to be in the best spot. You just have to be able to survive one turn to then put yourself in a winning position.
Right. And I will say, because there is only one copy of that Dead Man's Game in this version of the build, it makes it a lot harder to try to survive for that extra turn, right?
For sure.
But you never know. Anything can happen in these games, but I don't know if mathematically speaking that is going to be really possible here. Okay, so we have the law coming through.
Yep. Does bounce the Tashigi, replaying the Tashigi to rest the Cavendish. Now we will swing 8 into it, still with 3 Dawn open for some trickery. Could be a blocker, leaving up 1 to kind of feign. Oh, nice little restand. Okay, little restand action. We're going to go 6 into the Cavendish. Does deal the final blow to it this time, potentially getting himself back into this game. Very impressive.
There's
again,
a chance. There's a chance.
There's a chance. It's a low one, but there is one.
And we kind of saw the effectiveness of that law here as well, right? Giving yourself that offense as well as the defense, the ability to swing multiple times at your opponent's board while attaching more Dawn to yourself. First counter comes through the 2K, 1K.
Yeah, he's definitely got to have that event floating in his hand at somewhere in there. So there's some math that he's going through in his head right now just for some lethal. We're going to see an 8K swing. This law is a blocker, but he is going to take this 8K swing. I think that's got to be it. If you use the restand event, I would be very surprised to see. Okay, yeah, they are scooping it. It looks as though Agoron is going to take game 1 here. So very nicely done. Did come down to, I believe, just not being able to see Tashigi on curve for Captain Romulus. Made that a little more difficult than he wanted it to be.
Yeah, and like I said, this is that kind of matchup where going to be quick matches, and again, burning that candle at both ends, burning brightly these matchups because it's these really small micro decisions. But again, both players seem to see the nuts. I think the big difference maker in this one, and oftentimes it is this small of a thing, is that Romulus, Captain Romulus did not see the searcher on turn 1, which would have maybe allowed him to dig a bit deeper for that Tashigi. So you're asking yourself a question maybe when you see that opening hand of, do I have the Mihawk into my Zoro combo, really the ideal of what you want to be starting with in this game, but you don't have a Tashigi or a searcher in hand. So that's the kind of question that you need to ask yourself in that matchup, is like, what do I value more? Is it that Tashigi, or is it the other way around? But because he stuck around with that Kuina in hand, the Kuina kind of just died for free. And so it allowed Agoron to get a huge advantage on the board, which is what ended up letting him take the game easily there. But that being said, do you mulligan away that hand that has the Kuina, has the Mihawk and the Zoro in it? It's tough to say, but in this case, it is what lost the game. I think that's what sucks about going first sometimes, is that your margins are a lot lower. You have a lot less ability to see what you want to see because you have to be playing everything on curve. But granted, if you do get that God hand, if you do get that God curve, it can be very difficult. And I think for Agoron, they needed to see the exact pieces exactly on time to win that game. So that opening hand for Captain Romulus made it so that the opponent would really have to see the nuts to win. Unfortunately for him, Agoron did see the nuts.
Yeah. Now we're getting started here. Romulus is going to be able to choose whether it's going to be first or second for him to start. He does take that first, unfortunately not having a Perona to play. But both players, I think this is going to be an interesting game simply because of the fact that both players did mulligan, which I always find to be fun. Just let it be up to RNGesus who is gonna have that better hand to start.
So already no searchers coming down on turn 1 for either player. We do see one coming on turn 2 to bring out that Roronoa Zoro. It is a question now as to whether or not Zoro, the Captain Romulus side Zoro, has access to that Tashigi. But we'll see how things pan out here, because both players getting off to a non-ideal start, as opposed to the last game where they both saw exactly what they needed to see in that opening turn.
For sure. We do see the 6K start, though, is deciding to stay healthy. Does have the Mihawk, though, into the Zoro. So actually quite nice here for Agoron. And then gets the restand. Oh, my Lord.
This is one of the scariest boards that you can see, again, as a Zoro, because that Koshiro able to block for that Zoro. It's just such a huge deal here. Even when the Tashigi comes down, it is not a threat because it's not able to remove a body. Again, folks, the Zoro can swing at a body first, but if that gets blocked, you're forced to swing at the leader. So the Koshiro will block that. So
No
okay,
Tashigi again. Oh, that's so rough.
there could be a Queen here though, but this is what we saw happen last game. And it's just that matter of not seeing the Tashigi on these turns. But granted, this might be a better play, even if there was a Tashigi, right? Because you have a pseudo blocker on board and you have your Zoro, which is going to restand itself and not be vulnerable to that Tashigi. At the very least, you have your Dracula Mihawk on the board. You have the ability to next turn play your Trafalgar Law and bounce back your Perona, regardless of what happens to the rest of your board. So there are a lot of options open. And, even if there was a Tashigi in hand, this may have been a better play.
For sure. Yeah. Develop a board. Then you have answers to, the Zoro that's going to, excuse me, not the Zoro, the Mihawk that's going to be rested, as well as, just having more attacks to be chipping at life and chipping at hand size. Agoron did have a pretty hot start, but is falling flat a little bit here. No Tashigi, no Law to be able to, get the maximum pressure. Captain Romulus is kind of going a different route than the previous game, is deciding to stay a little bit healthier on the life size. So hand size is going to be punished a little bit for this, but at the same time, I think this is actually really great. Just being up one life and now kind of having control of the board. So you can use your Perona. This is your Tashigi, or excuse me, not Tashigi. This is your Law turn to be able to potentially play out another character, do a full board wipe. This could be what Captain Romulus needs to essentially, get into a winning position here.
And the other thing too is that we got to remember that these bodies are a lot harder to defend for Zoro because they are 5Ks and 4Ks and whatnot. And you have to ask yourself, am I really gonna do a 2K to get out of some of these? The answer is mostly going to be no. So I think the read now is that Captain Romulus does not have access to Tashigi here. So he's wondering, what am I going to be protecting here realistically with my board? And the answer is, I think it's better to protect my life at this point because I am not seeing the cards that I need to see. So now we have the Cavendish and the Zoro on the board, both big threats. And I think that I really like this line of play from Captain Romulus, even if it is a little bit unorthodox, because he does not seem to have these bodies that are easy to protect on the board. It gives him a lot more flexibility toward the later game with having 4 life.
For sure. Yeah. Being healthier and then having that option to go, hey, you just played a Law, you just played a 2-cost Kyoshiro. Now I actually have Tashigis at my disposal to try and be a little bit more aggressive. I like this a lot. Choosing to take life here from the 5, though, is also something that I'm actually okay with because, again, you're ahead on life and you're just trying to potentially protect board here. So we'll see the Law come down, playing out. This is, is that the Tashigi SP?
It looks like it. But it didn't rest it's a Smoker SP. That's
Smoker.
Smoker.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay, that's unique. He's playing a one of the SP Smoker. Very interesting.
This is something that a good friend of mine, Fudelio TCG, recommended in a video I did with him. By the way, Smoker Tashigi, not technically incorrect in some ways because it is Tashigi's body. No, it is the Smoker card, but it is great in this matchup because it's a easy body to defend because it's a 7K and they're really afraid of the banish, right? You don't want that card going nowhere. So that being said, taking that first life on the last turn was also nice because your opponent didn't really have a board. And with that Law, they were forced to bounce back one of their bigger bodies, which is not what you want to be doing as Zoro. So now we see the ideal line here, which is to bounce back the Searcher Perona.
Yeah, having to replay the Perona, though, I think it's okay. Obviously, find some of the pieces that you need, but it's a little unfortunate that you weren't able to pressure a bit this turn by resting the Law. And I tell you what, though, this Smoker Tashigi debacle is, like, in my opinion, this is like the worst thing. It's like a caster's nightmare because the whole Punk Hazard arc has basically made like looking at a lot of cards just not the same for me. I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, is that Sanji or is that Nami? Like, can't tell. Especially when watching from afar. It's like up close you can see the cards, but watching from afar can be always a little interesting. We are going to see 9. Ooh, going to 0 here. Interesting. Does restand the Zoro, is going to pass this back over. The Smoker is actually pretty interesting card. I mean, having the banish as like a forced hey, you need to counter this, because if you don't, like, you're losing that life and it's not going to hand, is really nice.
Yep, you either get 2 cards out of hand or you get life and that 1 card out of life into the trash as well. So DMG coming through. It looks like lethal is being attempted right now. We'll see how this works out.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think this is a tough spot for a Goron to try and get lethal here. It's gonna be very difficult.
How many cards in Captain Ramius's hand though at this point?
Yeah, he's got to go for it though. So we are gonna see the 7K, and now we will see a 9 restand, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's 8K.
Is it 8? Oh, it is 8. It is 8. Excuse me.
So 2 2Ks should do it here.
Yep, restand and 2 2s, and
they
that
are.
is going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote. So we are going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, wow, wow. So both games, both players kind of seeing similar stuff where it's like you get the God curves in game 1 with just like one little hole that allows the opponent to come through, right? And then in this game, they both kind of had strong starts, only for that to kind of fizzle out sort of on both sides. But these razor thin margins, these really creative lines that you have to do in the mid game to come out on top. And Romulus able to take this one to even the series out at 1-1. So we have an explosive 3rd round coming up. What do you think is going to happen here? Who do you think is going to take first in this round?
Well, Goron won the most important. He won the most important game. He won game 1. And so being able to initially being on the backside and having to, be at his opponent's mercy, if he loses the dice roll, loses that match, and then second game wins the dice roll, wins that match, he then would lose the dice roll. But since he won that first game, he now gets to choose. I would imagine he's going to try and take first here. Both players are going to be looking for kind of like that optimal, hey, let me find Perona, Mihawk, Zoro, Tashigi in my hand to start, and I'll be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and it is, I think in this matchup, it's, the conventional wisdom kind of goes either way, right? Like whether you're going first or second, sometimes it feels like personal preference. It's hard to say which one is strictly better. It all depends on what you see and when you see it, as we've seen play out in these first couple rounds.
For sure.
But on paper, first is advantageous if you do see what you need. But again, all this stuff is conditional, and we're going to see where the cards fall.
Yeah, and both players mulliganing. I always love this. It makes it more interesting because it's like, oh, okay, perfect. One of them doesn't have a perfect hand. We're just gonna leave it to the gods, and I just find it very fun. Do we get the final fist bump? No, we're getting started. They're in the zone.
We only need one fist bump, brother.
We are going to see Hiyori being played. Hiyori this early is solid, does end up attracting a swing sometimes and ends up getting a nice look at the top 5. Hopefully not bottom decking anything too important. That's the tricky part sometimes, is you'll find 2 of 1 card, which I think he did find 2 of his 3-cost event there. Does end up choosing one of those just to make sure, like, yeah, I'd rather not have all of them go to the bottom if possible. But wow, I tell you what, a Goron has not missed this combo yet.
Oh my goodness.
Does he have
Are we going to see the Koshiro?
No way he's got the kill. Oh my
No
God.
way.
He's just insane. 3 games in a row.
The odds of this on no search is bonkers.
The 3-4-2, 3 games in a row. That is actually kind of ridiculous. Holy smokes. What a wow.
Oh, the Apu, not to be underestimated, but then again,
yeah.
At least he does have a body to bounce now from the law, which does come up on this next turn. especially since no Tashigi on board just yet.
Yeah, that is wild. I mean, like, obviously, Agoron did not draw that well after the hot start that he had the previous game, but I mean, come on, that's a good start right there, man. Holy
It
smokes.
really is. It's the kind of one start that you have nightmares about. But
Yeah,
both, I mean, Romulus here still at 5 life at the very least, and potentially explosive turn coming out on this next 6 Dawn turn. A Zoro coming out, not a Tashigi to rest that Apu. So while Agoron did have an explosive start, not able to keep the ball rolling as well as maybe he would like at this point.
right. And having 2 Zoros to stare down on the board is pretty scary. That is a lot of swings and restanding that's gonna be happening right there. It would be optimal if we do see the law, yep, bounce the poo and then play into a Tashigi, and look at that. Okay, so Captain Romulus is not out of this game just yet. He's got options. We're gonna get the 8. We're gonna swing again. We're definitely gonna get a life here. So when it seemed bleak, you still have a chance right here. I
Oh,
think,
absolutely.
yeah, and I think it's very important to try and protect this law at all costs. If I'm being completely honest, I think that you're going to want to be aggressive enough to potentially get rid of their Dracul Mihawk the turn after. Their also answer of law into Tashigi. So we will see a law coming down more than. Oh, interesting. Okay, bouncing the Mihawk. I was assuming it would be the Perona there.
I understand wanting a 2K in hand in this situation, especially if you were going to use that searcher to find a 2K. Maybe Ogoron has in hand what they need to make plays on these coming turns.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's not a Tashigi coming through, by the way. That was a Cavendish. So the law
yeah.
under no threat there didn't even need to be protected and instead was able to counter out of a swing at that 7K Tashigi, which is obviously a lot easier to defend.
Oh yeah, we'll take that. I'll take just a free 2K counter any day. I'm like, sure. We'll C5 being rested. Another Tashigi. That's a pretty good card, I hear.
And wow, Romulus in a really good position now as the bodies on board are just smaller for a Goron at this point.
Yeah. As a wise man once said, let the bodies hit the board, you know? And I think I think he might be onto something here. So we're gonna see oh, this is terrifying actually. A 7 into an 8 as well. Um that's awful. Like, you might be going to 1 here, and your board just got wiped. You're not feeling great. Agoron is again with the hot start, but just hasn't been able to back it up into these turn 3, turn 4. Yeah,
And that Apu play to rest the Koshiro was really a game changer here. It allowed Romulus to maintain a bit of momentum and forced the Agoron Zoro to really continue to see the plays, which he didn't in this case. So I think what we've seen throughout this series is you have the hot opening, but are you able to maintain that going into your Tashigi turns? And the ability to do that has been the game changer here. If you do not see that mid range power spike, it's going to be very, very difficult for you. So sometimes I wonder if eschewing these hot, turn 1, turn 2 plays is not the move if you don't have your guaranteed Tashigis and or La Tashigi combos.
for sure. I mean, as you mentioned before, it ended up kind of working out exactly that way. So we are going to see Law, though, bouncing back the Perona and playing out the Tashigi Altar. Such a beautiful, beautiful card. I don't believe he's attached. Am I wrong, or did he already? Oh, he did
Oh, it
already.
was
Oh,
attached.
wow.
It was just under
Wow,
the
it was just
leader.
hidden.
Yeah.
That's too funny. I was sitting there like, am I crazy in thinking that?
That's 3 1Ks also.
Oh, that was 3 1Ks?
I believe so.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a tell if I've seen one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it looks like Captain Romulus really is going to need to finish the game here if possible.
Very true. I don't know exactly how many cards a Goron has in hand. We do know that the Perona was bounced back. We do have information that that 3-cost event is still sitting in there. He does have one active left still. So there is a chance per se. That, yep, there it is. The Dead Man's Game coming down for that. We will see another 7 from Tashigi. Goron taking his time to think about this really quickly, but I think no matter what, with the event in hand, he should be able to just kind of swing this out. So he does block this. I think we're just
Blocking is good there because if you get that block with from the leader, it's like it's just a free swing anyway. So
yeah. And I think that's going to be it for Goron. It is, and Romulus is going to be taking it. He is going to win this best of 3 in the Zoro mirror matchup. Going into the finals will be Captain Romulus against either the Ace or Emu player playing on the other table. I'm not sure if that match has finished yet. We don't have confirmation just yet, but we will. We will definitely be seeing a Green Zoro. Green Zoro in the finals for sure. Now, I know that might be a little surprising considering we just had a Green Zoro mirror. You know, I didn't expect one to be in the finals. I'm joking.
Yeah. One of them had to go. But wow, as we expected, an explosive matchup and just some really interesting lines. I mean, someone in the chat said this is a cursed matchup, and it is to a large extent because it's like it's kind of just who's seeing the better stuff, and these decks are built to see the good stuff. But
Yeah.
it's so wild the extent to which these outcomes change because someone will see an absurd play, but the question is, can you continue to follow that up? And I think the big power spike is in that mid game, but it's like a game of chicken where it's like, are you going to keep seeing your stuff? We have to keep asking each other that question, and
You
the
got
moment
it?
one of us cannot, it feels like it's over.
Yeah.
So regardless of these tech cards, like we saw the Smoker come through, the Smoker in Toshiki's body card, that is, it all depends on whether you can keep that momentum going. And if not, it's going to be really tough for you to win those games, regardless of what your lines end up being. I think some really great play on behalf of both players there. So shouts out to Romulus and to Goron. Great matchup there. Really fun one to watch. And congrats on being Zoros in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks as though we do have news that oh wow. They're only in game 2? Holy smokes. Oh my god. So the other match is still going right now. They're in game 2. It looks as though the Emu player took game 1 right now. So we could very well be seeing an Emu versus Green Zoro matchup, depending on how game 2 and game 3, potentially game 3, shakes out for that game over there. They've still got about 30 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and I think there's normally an allotted like 10 minutes of overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So could be a little bit. The Green Zoro match obviously is quite a bit faster.
Right.
Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the finals coming up in just a bit. Let's get some chat conversation going real quick though. Okay. Let's get some chat conversation going real fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Green Zoro, obviously. What would you prefer to see in the finals, Ace or Emu? Because they're still playing it out. Emu's up 1. But what would you guys prefer to see in the finals? Show the other match. You act like we have 47 different cameras set up. No, we don't have the other match on camera. It was just this one that was the feature match.
We could have them just stand up, transport their game to the rig, and then you know,
True. Let's move all the cables and connections and everything over real fast. And
yeah.
yeah, that sounds like it sounds like a really
Production
good
team
time.
saying that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, production team is like, shut up, shut up.
Don't give them any
Yeah,
ideas.
stop. You're gonna make them think it's possible. Oh man, that's great. All right, so we got a couple of people saying Emu. Ace Zoro is so much more interesting. I do like the Ace Zoro matchup. I do think Ace Zoro is well. I don't know if I would go so far as interesting as far as as far as it's like Ace or excuse me, Green Zoro basically just needs to see like 2 or 3 Tashigis, and then that's basically all they play. But I think the Emu matchup is at least a little bit more interesting than that because the Zoro matchup is swinging like a lot of big numbers. I don't know.
I disagree just because of the
Okay,
way
hit
that
me.
the
Hit
Ebu
me.
matchup is played, dude. They just starve you.
No,
You
I
know, we're
know.
not going to see what's in the life cards until the end of the game. And the question is, does Zoro see the stuff? And if Zoro does see the stuff, does Emu not see the stuff? Like that's the flow chart.
So
And
I'm
if
with you. I'm with
yeah,
you on that, on the starve thing. But right, Zoro still has ways that they can kind of like pressure them enough to where either their 3 cost event gets turned on, or their what do you call it? Tashigi start being relevant. I just, you know, I'm of the mindset that like Ace Green Zoro matchup is like a lot of attach all my Dawn to lead swing pass, you know? Whereas at least in Emu, it looks like they're doing things, like there's a lot of a lot of characters being played, swings are being made, counters are being had. To each their own, tomato tomato. I think it's yeah.
yeah, I mean, this is already a surprise to both of us. We thought we were for sure going to see an Ace mirror, an Emu mirror, or an Ace versus Emu. So we've already got a surprise coming up. So I think it'll be a treat either way. And I'm excited to see how this plays out. I think it depends on what the matchup is going to be. But would you say that the Zoro here, that Captain Romulus here wants to see an Ace or a Zoro? Or an Emu, I'm sorry.
I feel like they would probably want to see Ace, if I'm being completely honest with you. I
Yep.
like I still think that ironically, I still think that the Green Zoro Ace matchup is actually pretty 50-50. Like I think if Green Zoro gets first, it gives them like a slight edge. A slight edge. I don't know if I would go as far as saying like the biggest edge ever, but it's there. But yeah, I think you would probably want to see Ace. Um, yeah. And big shout out to Mo Sauce in the chat, by the way. Thank you guys for commentating. You guys have done a great job all weekend. Y'all are the real goats of the tournament. Now, that last part is definitely false. But as far as the thank you for commentating, dude, our pleasure. Thanks to Top Cut Events for having us. This has been a great time so far. I hope everybody's enjoyed it. Obviously, some of the matches that we've chosen have been a little faster than we were anticipating. So there has been a little bit of dead time, but we have been trying to just, have a conversation with everyone, talk about what we're expecting. That way we can fill a little bit of the dead air. Yeah, and I see some questions from a lot of people asking who are in the finals. We don't know. We don't know yet. Green Zoro is guaranteed in the finals. Ace and Emu are battling it out for whoever is going to win that match will be in the finals as well. They're in game 2 right now. Emu is up by 1. So could go either way, but we're not really entirely sure just yet. They've still got quite a lot of time too. I think since we've been yapping, they probably still have like another good 23 minutes and 10 minutes of overtime as well. So if they play out game 2, game 3 is going to go all the way to time. Yeah. What's
We
the
also have-
finals? I don't know why I just said what I said. Just ignore everything I just said.
Well, no, the question I really want to know the answer to is like, who do you think is going to be in the finals?
I'm so done with you.
We did have another topic. Let's talk about player tells like the fanning out of cards that we saw yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
you know, essentially posturing that I have enough counter in hand. Surely, trying to scare the other player. You had a great read on that yesterday. You ended up being correct. What else are you looking out for? Because you said, maybe it's a nothing burger, but if you're in a situation where your back is up against the wall and you're looking out for stuff like that, what else are you looking up for?
Weirdly enough, is how long somebody takes to decide to counter. Um, yeah, normally it shouldn't be like immediate, unless it's like the most, like, hey, I'd just give you a 2K here for sure. Like the early stages of the game are very easy to decide. Later stages of the game are a little more, you know, get a little wonky. But if they're taking like a good minute, to decide what to counter, it tells a lot. It tells a story. Especially with what they give you as well. So kind of like that card knowledge of seeing 3 1Ks. You're like, oh, you're light on counter, right? If you are countering with a 2K on a 5K swing, that might be a tell. You're like, oh, perfect. I can now bully you with more 5Ks and I don't have to really overextend on my Dawn. I can actually maybe play an extra card to the board this turn. I was going to commit Dawn, but now you've told me. So that's like kind of the interesting part of knowing between that as well is when somebody's taking life, when they're taking life can also be a tell. So it's like, oh, why would you take life there? That normally would be a very simple 1K counter. And it might be because they don't feel like giving a card uh, that is a 1K because they are going to use it for the following turn. And so if they give you a 2K though, then they know that they can start bullying you that turn. So they're willing to take that risk of maybe getting a little bit lower on life so that they can, potentially save having to counter with that card that they would like to hold in their hand.
Yeah, and to go a little bit deeper, I think when someone counters, a base power swing with a 2K, it either means that their hand is like filled with 2Ks, which means that if you
Yeah.
swing for 5K, you're going to get another 2K, or they have a really important 1K that they don't want to part with. In which case, swinging at base power again is going to get something really good for you out of their hand,
Mhm.
because if they do counter with that important 1K, they don't have the option to play it afterwards. So, yeah, just knowing what you are able to exploit using these lines is also just as strong as knowing what the reads are, because you might have these reads, but you have to also know what those reads are telling you. I think in the case of fanning out the cards, it's easy to think like, well, maybe that means they don't have the counter that they need in this situation. But in a lot of the other cases where there are tells, it is a little bit more subtle what the recommended course of action is after that.
Right. I I saw a kind of a funny, interesting comment in the chat. Okay, guys, real topic. Thoughts on excessive hand / card shuffling. So you're talking about like,
Mhm.
hey,
Yeah.
sometimes it helps. Okay, it's therapeutic. You get used to it. Eventually, you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna shuffle my cards over and over. The other thing is that it also is. Have you ever seen somebody that never does that and they just hold their cards like this, and then when they take a new card, they'll add it to their hand, and now I know exactly that card has been there, and basically I can eventually tell what it is because if they're just doing this and they're like, okay, I'm not going to counter with that card. I'll counter with this card, right? That means this card either doesn't have counter or it's important, right? So, so shuffle your cards so that people don't know,
Mhm.
and especially if it's at the very edge of the end of the game and you take life and you just leave the card right where you took the life, then you can go, okay, I'll give you this. And they're like, oh, all right, well, now I know that he basically was forced to use that card as counter. So you should move your cards so that the small stuff like that is it's actually relevant. People keep track of that stuff, man. Card gamers are weird.
What if I can't do that? What if I suck at it? I've
Oh,
tried
you suck at
learning.
that. Oh, dude, I was bad at it. Eventually
Hmm,
it just comes to you.
okay. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna do like this shuffling, like
So
the
what you do, is
irregular shuffle.
just when you're at your computer, just hold your cards. Yeah.
Hmm.
Just hold your cards and eventually you'll just sit there and you'll figure it out. You'll be like, "Oh my gosh, why how did it like it just happened to me one day." I was like, "Oh my gosh." Look at me.
I think
I'm shuffling cards.
the last thing I need is another nervous tick,
Yeah.
another stim. I feel like I'm already brain rotted enough to the extent where having one more might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back. You know?
That's fair. That is fair. Oh man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just did get confirmation that the players are still in the match. So we just wanted to chat with everybody for a little bit while we wait for the finals. There is going to be a little bit of dead time while we wait. We'll give you an update, but you can expect either the full duration of the timer, which will probably be like 30 minutes or something, or you can expect maybe like 10 minutes from now we'll have the game. It's going to be one or the other, because it just depends on whether the game goes to game 3 or whether game 2 ends up you know, finishing. So we'll see. Might be Emu, might be Ace. We'll keep you posted. Other than that, the finals are coming up shortly here in Peoria, Illinois. And myself, the Luffy TV, as well as the real Joshua, are going to be holding it down, keeping it here with you guys. Excited on the final matchup here because it's been a heck of a tournament so far. Yeah, but we'll see you shortly for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and it's finally time. It is time for the finals. And just to let you know who won, it was Emu. Emu ended up beating out the Ace, and we actually have a bit of a rematch right here in the finals. We have the Green Zoro, who was actually able to take the game off of Emu in Swiss yesterday, going up against this Emu that's just been on a tear. And we actually got to see this player, I think earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? No, never mind. It was a different player round one. I'm sorry. They have very similar hoodies, but I think he put on a sweater.
Correct. This is Zoru, aka Alex, on the Emu here, going up against Captain Romulus, who we just saw in the previous round. So this matchup again, relatively explosive, as we had stated before. Zoro at a bit of a disadvantage because Emu opts to typically starve Zoro so that they cannot see what they need and not put the amount of pressure needed to win the game early. So Zoro going to look to create as much pressure as possible here in the early game. Hopefully, get them down to one life before those elders come down is the idea. But we'll see how that comes through here. And wow, we have the rare God Pack elders, the
Whoa, I just
pentagram
noticed
elders.
that. I just noticed that. Holy smokes. Okay, stop flexing on me.
Yeah, the swag deck, one of the big ones here. So, no search for Zoro on turn one, which is rough for sure. But looking to see that 3-cost Mihawk into the Zoro, which we do see. Oh, actually, no, it is Hyozo, which will
Oh,
enable the Zoro to take a life here early and then into the Perona being played here. So that helps to offset the starve that Zoro could be facing here early.
yeah, this is such a really cool tech card for this matchup. So the Hyozo is just, I mean, again, stops the starve, allows you to get some of your life back. And then on top of that, it, excuse me, it becomes like a 7K during that turn as well. So, I mean, really, really solid card. And I don't believe that Emu's going to have any way to answer this, without having Mars until the following turn. And yeah, I mean, great start here for Green Zoro. I mean, if you wanted a start, this was it.
Yup, and it's a really nice 6K body that allows you to keep taking your own life and to rest your opponent's 4 cost as well. So rest up to when your opponent's character is the cost of 4 or less, and this gains plus 1K power during this turn. Then add 1 card from the top of your life cards to your hand is what Hyozo does, by the way. So you can see how much of a threat that is going to be coming into these future turns.
Yeah. And again, just being a 7K attack that is like, hey, I can just take cards from my life. This is great. I mean, you can't get much better than that. This is literally the perfect tech card. It's very interesting that of the what I think we've seen like 2, maybe 3 players running this card as a choice. It is uh only being ran as a one of in the deck. So very fortunate to see it, obviously. Um, but very interesting that it is a choice for only one of.
Yeah, I mean, I think the important thing to note would be that it is searchable via both of these searchers. So if you really need to see it, you can hope that it comes out early. But I mean, really having that Mihawk into Hyozo combo is just so good here. And the Cavendish coming out on curve as well. So, oh, and the
Oh, the
Kyoshiro.
Kyoshiro is huge.
Is this is an ideal start for
This
Zoro
is
here.
perfect start, bro. Oh my gosh.
Because that Marcus Mars coming down potentially would want to pop one of these higher threat cards, it's not going to be able to do that. So it blocks off this entire line of play. So instead, opting to go for a rush here.
Yeah, so does have 10 cards in trash, which is relevant here with the Nuzjuro. Bringing down, I would imagine, the I would imagine he's going into the Hyozo for 2K over, but very simple counter out. Is going to take a look at his top three with our one cost event here. Does end up picking up, I believe that's Saturn. Again, I think that's Saturn, like 90% certain. It's always the art that gets me a little bit on the demon packs.
Yeah, got to be some of the hardest to tell from the artwork cards apart from one another.
Yeah.
But Zoro here going to have a huge potential turn lined up with 8 Dawn available.
Look at that, taking life again, going down to 2, not afraid at all, even though his opponent is still at 4 life. He's like, as long as I can protect my board, I can protect myself when it matters. So I'm just going to keep chipping right now. We're going to see a 5K be countered out very swiftly. We're going to see the 7K be taken also very swiftly. This could be a very big turn for Zoro to potentially pressure enough to get his opponent down to a very low life count here. We're also going to see a 7, but there is one Dawn active for Emu here. Is countering out with the Shirahoshi as well as one of the previously searched cards. I think the hand size is getting desperately low. Another quick counter here, and now an 8K to finish it off, bringing him to 2 life. I mean, what a board are we looking at right now? This is incredible. And the fact that he was able to steal second, so can't even get the 10 elders down here for Emu. This is strictly just going to be, our 9 Dawn turn. So we not only have to develop a blocker, but we simultaneously have to deal with some of the pressure on board. So we're going to use Mars. Does take care of the Tashigi for now. Then again, just trashing Mars. Like, he realizes, like, these cards aren't important to me on the board. I need cards in hand. I will see 9 into Cavendish. I think this makes a lot of sense, though, going into Cavendish versus the Hyozo, because Hyozo, sure, as great as it has been, obviously, getting to 1 life might be a little too scary. So
I believe that was a 10K, by the way, because of
Was
the
it 10?
empty throne. Had to use 2 2Ks and a 1K there, I believe, to get out of that.
Oh, okay. He had 19 in trash. I wasn't aware. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think he counted before, and it was 5, 10, 15, 20 at the grand total there. But again,
Wow,
in a
he is
really
going to
good
1.
position. Yeah.
Sheesh. Good
And
lord.
when you think about it, there's no reason why you shouldn't do this as the Zoro, right? Because really all you're worried about at the end of the game is those turns where your opponent is going to be playing multiple elders, right? And if they play 2, like, they're going to have this full board. You're never swinging at their board except for the blockers that are, they're going to be blocking you. So here you get to instead just continue using your cards because, your opponent is never really threatening lethal at you next turn, and you're going for it right now. So
Right.
as we see,
Yep, we're going to see a little 5 chip. Yep. And that's game.
there it is. Game
What?
1 going to
Wow.
Captain Romulus. Wow.
Unbelievable how important that Hyozo card is for this matchup. I mean, I almost wonder what he's going to do in game 2 if he does not see that card.
I mean, that's the question, right? Is you really need to get yourself out of that starve. That card drew 4, okay, and swung repeatedly for 7K at no additional cost. That's a 4 cost 7K that's drawing you 4 cards. Unbelievable value here. And I think the fact that he saw it in his opening hand was just, you just keep that. And in the future, I think he's going to be searching for that. The thing is, not going to be able to go second in this round, as I assume Zoro is going to opt to go second himself. But yeah, going into the second round, Zoro looking to get everything possible, including that Hyozo back into hand, which again, a 1 of.
Yeah. And, kind of like a very random, pretty much unimportant little tidbit here. but it is like slightly relevant to a degree, not particularly for this deck, but for other decks, is that there is actually a promotion card that is very similar to Hyozo. It performs the exact same action, but it also combines Hody Jones onto the same card. And instead of it just being a Fishman type card, it can have Fishman, Merfolk, and new Fishman Pirates type, searchability, as well as having slash and strike for its attributes. So, as much as it's not really that relevant currently, it is actually just a slight upgrade from the base Hyozo card. So it's kind of interesting. Like I would optimally try and run one of those, but they were kind of like niche to find. I can't remember exactly what event it was for, but they were given away as like a participation for, I think it was like a pirate party event or something like that, which was pretty interesting.
It's not as good versus that Luffy that is immune to strike, though.
No, because it still counts as a slash. Oh, actually, but no, it would still be strike as well. So
Right.
I actually don't know. That's a really weird. How does that ruling work?
I
Wow.
think it's if it has the strike type attribute, it's immune. So I mean,
Okay.
I think that's how it works. I'm not sure, but we do see Zoro here getting that Koshiro on curve, which is
Yeah.
nice. Not seeing the Mihawk into Zoro or Hyozo combo, so it's unfortunate he's not going to see that here. But if the Hyozo comes out on this next turn, could be good, especially because they'll be able to protect it from a Marcus Mars on the turn after that, which would allow them to maintain the tempo of playing it. But we'll see how things play out here at 5 Dawn. You could potentially search into that card if you don't already have it. But instead, looks like we're just going to see a Cavendish
Yeah.
restanding 2 Dawn.
Obviously not as hot of a start. Look at this guy's countering before he even gets the swing through. Zoru obviously knows his deck in and out the way that he is playing it. Quick interactions, tell how much he has obviously practiced this deck and is aware of, what he needs to be doing and on what turns. Is going to play down Mars here for potentially the KO on Kyoshiro and then a swing into life, or excuse me, a starve.
Looks like that is going to be the case. And again, we have not seen this Hyozo come out, which was the big difference maker in that last game. So we may see the margins tighten up here, but another Kyoshiro. This is a card that, if you could see 4 copies of this in a game as Zoro, you do it every time because protecting this Cavendish is so important. Oh, bouncing back the Cavendish and replaying
Oh,
it.
whoa. I like it. Another 7K chip, just trying to get as many cards as possible out of hand. Yeah, that's the tough part about playing one-ofs. One-ofs scare me simply because of that. Exactly. You might not end up seeing the card as much as you might need for one of these matchups. Doesn't mean that he believes this matchup is unwinnable, but very tough. We're just going to see the card recycled. And now a 5 into... Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. I thought this was another rush. Okay. So a Warkery being played here. If he draws into Hyozo, though, it might just completely change the game, if I'm being completely honest. Like,
it will continue to stay relevant even heading into these later turns just because the Emu is going to opt to continue starving pretty much indefinitely for as long as possible until those 10 drops start coming down. But we'll see what happens here. There is the option to rest this 5K, but
this
instead
is
just opting to swing
interesting.
big and get the opponent down to 1 life here. Going 7 or 6K to restand 2.
Ooh, He's thinking of blocking this, which means he's comfortable going down to 1. Knowing that he has the 10 cost, though, I think that's fairly reasonable. Oh, another restand. Jeez Louise. That is...
And that gets
crazy.
countered?
Yeah, 3-2 case.
Triple 2K. Wow.
Yeah. He was trying to put him on 0, but I mean, the speed at which he is countering too is incredible. I mean, it is. He knows what's coming. He knows what his opponent's going to do before his opponent knows.
Yeah, and I will say though, as Zoro, this is not a bad position to be in versus Emu. Like you know, getting your opponent down to 1 life by the time these elders start coming down is where you want to be. So that baseline has been hit. The question is whether he can maintain the tempo and get this last final swing in. We did just see that Emu counter for 6K on the last turn, so there shouldn't be too much counter left in hand, but we're going to see how that pans out. And as we know, Emu's trash full at this point. But let's see how these last couple turns end up panning out.
Yeah, we've got pretty much exactly where we want to be for Emu at the moment. It's very unlikely to die from this point. I think he's just about seen everything he needs to see. But Zoro, I'm trying to think of, what can be done here. This might be like your only hope might be something of the sorts of playing. I almost want to say playing like a 1 cost Perona to a 6 cost Law to, basically just repeat that action. Does he have multiple 3 cost events? Wait. Oh, okay. So just 6 cost. Okay. Just hard playing the 6 cost. But I think that that's fair. It works as is because in order to play out the second card, you do have to have something to bounce back. That is the cost requirement of the card. So multiple life being taken here for Zoro. Obviously has to be a follow-up elders here. So 10 costs coming down. This is a full max rarity Emu deck. That is a mortgage payment and a half right there.
Zoru, however, has topped a ton of events before, so perhaps trading in some of that value for what would become this deck, which is as many people think the B diff. But we're also seeing here what ends up happening as
he played a second Warcury. Whew.
Just blocker.
Yeah, he's scooping it up.
Scoop, yeah.
Yeah. Green Zoro said no, thank you. So that might be, we might be in this weird spot where running a 1 of Hyozo is just, it's not it. We might need that. We might need the second one, unless he can mulligan into it in this next game. That could get a little dicey without seeing that card, because obviously the starve idea from Emu is very, very tricky to deal with. And he's got that idea.
Well, maybe for winning a final, it maybe would not be enough. But maybe if they had another one of those in there, they wouldn't have gotten this far.
Fair, yeah. You end up cutting
to put
something.
That in, you have to take something else out.
Just take out one of the 5 cost Tashigis. I hear it's not that good.
Yeah, I think you could pull that. You could pull a Queena. You could pull a Dead Man's Game. So many options.
It's funny. Oh no. Apparently Zoru just did a 6-7 meme to the stream.
And
you hate to see it.
Just an absurd amount of confidence emanating from this man right now. The speed with which he plays, the confidence. You sometimes wonder if that confidence is them trying to hype themselves up. In these high pressure situations, you see some of the great performers do their best to hype themselves up in a football match. We were talking about football earlier, after they score a touchdown, jumping up and down on the sidelines, trying to get that adrenaline flowing. And I think a lot of times it helps to really build up that confidence in yourself. But, it's also possible that maybe Zoru just has that. By the way, love playing with the Blitz Crank mat. That's wild. We have two non-One Piece play mats here. But yeah, let's see going into this last round if that confidence will pay off.
For sure. We are going to see Zoro getting the second, though, which is going to be huge. We will just have that Kyoshiro being played out on turn 1. Quick pass over. A little bit of cycle here, as well as a St. Charlos. The quickest, I tell you what, I do not envy the judge right now. That has to work through what is happening as it's happening, because I promise you, sometimes I'm trying to play catch up as well, my friend. So
the AK goes through.
Yeah, AK does go through even with 1 Dawn active, so that is slightly telling. Typically we've been seeing him counter out of these pretty commonly when he does have that card in hand. All right, we're going to see Warkery. We're going to see St. Charlos being played down to the board. We didn't see the God start from Romulus this time. We don't see the Mihawk into the Hyozu into the Cavendish. So definitely going to have to figure a way to bounce back into this. And he knows that for sure the next turn as well is a little bit of a threatening turn, having Mars come down. Obviously we have the Kyoshiro as an option, but still going to be, it seems as though going to be susceptible to, oh shoot.
Wow.
Is it going to be Zoro? No, it's Tashigi. Okay. Interesting choice. I guess that's fair.
It's, if you think about it, right? If that Kyoshiro ends up getting popped, it's kind of the same thing, right? But this way, at least you are able to take out both of the blockers on board.
Yeah. I just I'm curious if he was just more worried about the blocker than he was about the card draw. Because there could have been a resting of the Workery there. Swinging. Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, it works. Either way, it would have probably played out the same. So makes sense. He does have 10 in the trash, so getting the -2 reduction onto Tashigi, swinging 7. Don't believe he has 19 yet, though, so probably not going to be getting that 6K from lead, but still a 5 does pressure enough. It's so tough in this spot because you do have to protect your board. Like you're forced to.
It is going to cost you 2-1-2 if the Emu decides to swing another 6K, which he's not, leaving up a Dawn to counter, as we would also expect.
Mm-hmm. Hyozo? Okay. Question mark?
Still a good time to play it.
It's always a good time. I feel like Zoru is literally probably thinking to himself, that is the one card that I need to be worried about.
And we see 6 Dawn to bring back the Tashigi and replay it. You're losing value by doing this as well. We have to remember. So because of the fact that you're not developing an extra body, which is the upside of the law.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, you're forced to replay that Tashigi. So,
2 cards in hand.
2 in hand. Yeah, it is tough. The Starve has gotten through so effectively here. And like I was saying, man, even if you see what you need to see as the Zoro, your opponent has to not see their stuff. And I think Zoro is just playing this so well. He knows these lines like the back of his hand and is able to punish pretty much everything that this Zoro's sending at him.
Yeah, and we're gonna see. We're just gonna see a really large swing there into um, what another Warkery being played out. Just saying, hey, I'll draw a card, please and thank you.
And here, Zoro is at 2 life, by the way, just for those at home watching.
Yes, yeah. And that is a very swift card draw. We'll take the free block. He can get a little pressure going this turn. He could potentially get him to 0 with a
Restand.
restand. But with 1 Dawn active, I almost kind of doubt it. That's a lot of Dawn. Could be what, an 11/11? Seems like that might be the case. Yep, we're going to see 11, we're going to see a restand, and we're going to see an 11. And he is going to say, no, thank you. I will get out of that. So confidently staying at the 1 life, getting to 10 Dawn, feeling good about it. There comes the 10 cost Elders. He is now in a position that is just, it's very hard to lose from for Emu. Being able to have all the blockers, getting the free draw off of the, not only the searcher, but simultaneously one of the characters played each turn is just going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, and you're going to see again why the life really doesn't matter at this point, because once you clear that board and Zoro has no resources in hand, it's just you're just swinging free 7Ks with your entire board and playing another board.
He double counters that to save the 1 card on board, and he's praying for the top deck of the gods here. Another blocker though, excuse me, this is a searcher. It's Saturn. Oh, and good lord, finds the never existed. It's pretty good. It's pretty
good.
Yep. I've heard that is pretty good. Yeah, that might be all she wrote. There is a potential. It's just it is not easy.
Yeah, by the way, folks, this is for all the marbles. This is the final round of the tournament.
Yes. Now we are going to see big swing. I think the 10 from the law was maybe just I don't hate it, but maybe a 9 would have been okay. Oh, he just takes it, goes to 0. Yep. All right.
Yeah, it gives you a better odds of having lethal here and just being able to close out the game.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of swings coming in. Yep. A lot of taking life. Interestingly enough, not opting to swing with leader first. So we are going to see the 10 cost Elders bringing back out the squad.
How does this guy play so fast? This is crazy.
Jupiter being picked up here for a nice little 2K. The only thing he has to worry about is essentially like Dead Man's Game all in, but I believe, now he definitely doesn't have to worry about that because we have 3 blockers.
Yeah, that's his line. He just blockers up.
Yep. I mean, Dead Man's Game does rest both of the Warkeries, and then you could just all in and hope that the Mars block and the rest of the leader swing somehow connects. But I would be remiss if I think that that's actually a possibility. Okay, Perona, find DMG, pray.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Zoru gotta start feeling like he's got this one in the bag. He's already calculated out all these lines in his head. Maybe already calculated that he's got this one. That's what it looks like from our end, especially with this Perona doing a ton of digging, meaning that Captain Romulus did not find what he needed off of those 4 life, which, by the way, if the Hyozo was in hand, could have just been drawn prior to this to add to the pressure to defend your board as it's being swung at earlier in the game, but was not seen due to that being a one of. And yeah, it looks like too little too late potentially on Captain Romulus's part here. But as he draws a brick, it is a blocker though. So maybe hoping that there's a chance for survival on this next turn. It's not looking too likely, but we are headed into the home stretch here, it looks like.
Yep, we're gonna see 4. Oh no. Oh,
There it is.
So unfortunate. Oh,
Our old friend
yeah, it's tragic though. It's tragic.
betrayed.
Yep. Little too late. We're gonna see the 9. It's gonna be the counter. And Zoru is going to be your Peoria, Illinois regional champion, ladies and gentlemen, with with Emu expertly played, knew the matchup extremely well. Can't imagine there wasn't a single matchup that he didn't have a phenomenal understanding of. I
Yeah.
mean, just incredible. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was making every single correct decision, knew what cards to cycle, when to play out a third blocker, when to take life if necessary. I mean, extremely well done.
From what I know of, Zoru has been looking to win a tournament for such a long time, but congratulations on pulling that one out. Expertly played, the pace, the tightness. I feel like we rarely see that level, especially with a deck that is notoriously difficult to play at that high of a level. So just a really impressive display of knowledge of the game, of the matchups, of the leader. And to pull this out in OP13, this is one of those metas where we know that the best Emu players can win it all because it is such a skill-oriented deck with such a high ceiling. And we got to see that on full display with Zoru. So congratulations to Zoru. Congratulations to Romulus, Captain Romulus as well, for getting second place. That's a huge achievement as well. You played really well with Zoru. And we got to see that sauce come through with the Hyozo and just some really cool stuff on display that we got to see here today. So thank you so much to all the players. I think this has been an amazing tournament, Ian. Like, I don't know how you feel about it. Like, what your wrapping thoughts are.
I would say so far, I got nothing but good things to say. The games were great. The people were great. I think there was actually just nothing but the good old fist bump of friendship, as well as smiles throughout a lot of the players as we were watching the games as well. So I personally just like to see, even though this game is very competitive and people want to win, because obviously there is some extremely really nice prizes to be won from these events. It's fun when you see people still having fun, even though there is so much on the line. Like, I don't believe that there was a single person that looked as though they were upset, or, well, maybe upset, but like not like angry about it, or just disheveled. It looked like everybody was like, it happens. I was having a good time, so glad to see it. I like that about this community. It seems as though everybody is very friendly, especially in the higher ups of the echelon of players, if you will. Some of the best players in this game are some of the most friendly people out there. Yeah. So again, just massive shout out to Topcut Events for hosting an incredible event. Hope that everybody that was out there in person in Peoria had a great time, and look forward to more events to come. Thank you for them having myself as well as Real Joshua here be a part of the casting crew. And big shout out to Captain Skis. We hope you get better. I don't know if he's still watching, but I hope you get better, bro. I hope you feel better. And thank you to everybody that was watching, listening in the chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the messages, the kind words, the support, all that good stuff. Big congratulations to Zoru for being your 2025 Peoria, Illinois Regionals champion. And other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you soon. Actually, wait, before we go, one last confirmation. Polaroid, do you know, are we going to have this uploaded to, you said there was going to be like a upload right away on the Topcut Events YouTube channel. So ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to check out the games, if you want to see some of the matches that you might have missed, be sure to check out the Topcut events YouTube channel. It's the entire thing will be uploaded. Potentially, you know, obviously the dead air maybe cut out, but we'll see. Other than that, thank you again for watching, being with us this weekend. Hope you guys had a great time. We'll see you in some more beautiful One Piece events in the future. Take care. Much love. Peace.
See ya.